Hello and welcome. I'm so glad you're here today. We've got an awesome episode planned. Today we are going to talk about positive masculine characters and what that looks like and what maybe that doesn't look like. And I would like to point out that we did make a list of recommended viewing down below. If you look in the description, you can see examples that we feel like there's at least one character in each one of these stories that really do give a good example of what does a positive masculine character even look like. And so to help me talk about this, of course, you know him. I love him. He's our technical producer and my brother, Teen.
Hello, hello.
Did a decent pitch? Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it worked. I mean, yeah, believe me, I've been thinking about this subject all week, and it's an odd one. Like, positive femininity is definitely easier to come up with than really describing positive masculinity.
You think so?
Although in the end, I came up with the same basic concept I came up with positive femininity.
Yeah, Tom was literally talking backstage just now about what his point of view is going to be for this, and I immediately thought of a counter argument, and then so I was like, let's go live. So he doesn't know what I'm about to say. Also, I don't want to take the wind out of your sails. I figured you'd first make your pitch about how to identify a positive masculine character.
You know, because to me, positive masculinity are traits we associate with fathers in a good way. So, like, times we actually like seeing someone's father show up, you know, which is protective, helpful, understanding, and someone who wants to build up others, who wants, you know, people who, you know, their end job is kind of like a teacher where in the end they want to see others able to take care of themselves.
Sure. Before we get too far, let me go ahead. Hello, Spence. Hi, Carrie. Hi, Megan. It's like I just saw y'all. Okay. And my counter argument is, why does masculinity or femininity have to do at all with parenthood? Can't you just be that gender identity without parenting? Or are these gender identities, you know, irrelevant without the parenting aspect?
Well,
because I mean, you don't have to have children to act like a father figure or act like a mothering person, but why is it parentified?
To which I say, because masculinity and femininity are to many degrees performative. At the end of the day, if you are not in a culture, you are just a human. It's like, you know, a cat. A cat will always act certain ways.
That's true.
Even if there's no other cat around. And that's the same as being human. That is humanity. That is being a good human. But when you gender something, you have to gender it in reference to something else. And you have to gender, in this case, you gender things in reference to society, to expectations people put upon you and you accept and want to accept, is gender. Our societies have, you know, for the most part, really liked going in this odd binary, excluding a few societies, which is a little more of a trinary. But most that we talk about are binaries. And so it's, which set of roles do you want to take up? And then the odd ways society like moves things around, try to say that these things are gendered. No, they're not. Like, everyone cooks and cleans. That's part of taking care of your family and community.
And also hygiene. It's just hygiene.
That's not really a masculine or feminine
I feel like
thing.
bathing should not be gendered.
Yeah, it really shouldn't. That's just part of being human. What you need to do.
You need to scrub the areas. It matters.
Yeah.
So hygiene, both physical hygiene as well as I would say more like food preparation hygiene, should not be gendered. Hygiene should just be something we all do.
But
it matters and it's important, especially if you want good health. Like, period. Gender regardless, or no gender at all, please still wash your dishes.
Yes. Cook meats to, a high enough temp.
Avoid cross-contamination. It is real and very dangerous. Y'all, if you've ever had listeria poisoning, you'll never forget that you've had listeria poisoning.
That's true. It's hard to forget afterwards.
Oh, God. So, yeah, as well as, yes, exactly, environmental hygiene as well. We need the outside. We need it to be safe to be in for us as well as the rest of our ecosystems. Just so we can live happy, healthy lives. Again, health should not be gendered. That's weird. It weirds me out when people try to like, no, I'll just suffer through this cold. Like, no, honey, take a cough syrup, take a cough suppressant. If you are coughing up little specks of blood, it just means that your bronchial tubes are rubbing against each other. Especially if you know for certain you don't have consumption, tuberculosis. Then, just take a cough suppressant so, the tubes can heal. Okay? Tubes should not bleed. That doesn't make you manly.
Yes. But that's to me why it ends up being parental, because most of these traits are about preparing for family. If you are not ever going to have family, if you are always going to be just an individual, what's the usage of gender? You're a human, you're going to have all these needs no matter what.
You're talking about like health and hygiene.
Yeah.
Food needs. Everybody needs to eat. Everybody.
Security.
Safe place to sleep at night where you are free from being messed with by wild animals or other people or whatever. Also darkness, probably.
Yeah. None of that should be gendered. When it is, it's very, definitely becomes toxic. Yeah, it's dysfunctional, becomes toxic very fast. And this is no, to me at least, most gender is preparing to how do you run a household? How do you, keep those kids taken care of and not become hoodlums? We've all known those kids. At different times, we've all been those kids.
Yeah.
Hopefully to lesser degrees, but you never know. Truly, some things you hope they grow out of.
It is amazing the power of popsicles has to civilize little hooligan children.
It does. But yeah, that's where I came across that's really the only real use for gender. But you see, versus what you see in marriages and relationships where people are ostensibly the same gender, they still split up the roles a lot of times. They may have some overlap. But
you mean where one person washes the laundry while another person washes the dishes, usually?
Yeah. One person tends to do the pickup of everything around the house. The reason I know you would invest in having, what do you call those people who clean up your house?
A housekeeper?
Housekeeping, yes.
Yeah.
Just so you don't have to pick up.
I hate picking up things.
Exactly.
The constant bending over. I am not made for this. both physically, like, I can't, and the blood pressure, I can't. I just constantly, like, those little sipping birds. No, I am not designed for that. That is not my people.
But a lot of gender, I feel, is like, you know, the real legal view about contracts of it's a starting place for negotiations between people.
Yeah.
And then you go, all right, but I'm not up for this part that's in the standard contract. How about you take that and I could take this that you don't like so much in yours?
Right.
There's always room for negotiations. But I mean, there is a special skill set, as we have been bringing up for the last few months in our, discussions on Discord and stuff, of like, how do you take care of a pregnant woman? That is its own set of skills. Let alone, how do you be a pregnant woman? It ain't easy. And again, that some of those femininity traits we talk about are sort of in prep for both taking care of pregnant women and also when you are the pregnant woman, how do you act and get your needs taken care of so that society continues, with the least amount of accidental murder.
Yes.
So yeah, that's where I come to on my views, at least, of masculinity. Of no, you have to be in society to be masculine or feminine. Otherwise, you're just you. A woman living alone in the woods is going to do a lot of pretty much the same stuff men are going to do. Because yeah, you need those basics. You need food. You need shelter. You need safety, security. You need health.
Well,
you need water.
I don't know that you really need gender, though, because, like, think of non-binary or genderless or gender fluid folks. You can still be a parent and be a parent that it's not, gender is not needed to parent.
No.
I think in that case, gender is merely a shortcut.
Yeah.
It's like you got the prefab or the IKEA gender versus you went to the workshop and you built your own kind of self-identity.
And gender is more about preparing people for future roles, just like we put them through school. And it's just it's that assumption of, are you going to VOTEC or academic route?
Mm-hmm.
Of, guess what? Half the time turns out that was the wrong track for you. You've now gotten older and realized, no, I prefer this one.
Mm-hmm. Carrie says, I cook, Joe does the dishes, we do our own laundry, and share doing Anna's till she learns to do her own. He's a neat freak and very particular, so I just back away and let him do his thing. And Spence says, OMG, I did so much bending over today, and now I am the sadness. Oh, no.
Oh.
No. And Spence says, crying. My go-to is crying. The hormones are real, honey.
But yeah, gender is just, it's the starting point for training and, social expectations. But as we've seen throughout time immemorial, people don't really stick with it. It's here are things other people in your situation have found they liked and wish they'd known sooner.
So would you say that gender is more like the starter set of roles and characteristics? And then you tailor it or customize it to your own needs and environment? Because I've known several families where, in fact, it is the wife who is the primary person who chops wood.
Mm-hmm.
For a variety of reasons, most of them safety involved. Of why the woman of the house, quote unquote, is chopping
wood. You have to have coordination, and not every human is gifted with coordination.
Also, some people just are not that good at the repetitive movement. Maybe they're just not designed that well for that kind of repetitive movement. And but again, it is a strenuous job. It takes effort. It's not necessarily having the quote man do it did not work for them. So they changed to what would work better in their cooperative situation. Spence says gender is a particular color of paint, and you either need a big set of colors blend it with, or a lot of color theory skills. And when your gender color is blue and the only other color you have is orange, it gets real gross real fast.
Yeah, it does. For those who don't get the joke, orange is a combination of red and yellow plus blue gets you all the primary, but you mix them all together, you get brown. You get a lot of brown, a very bold brown, a very particular shade of brown we all know from our daily visits to the bathroom. but yeah, like that's where I've kind of come to with of like gender is a good starting point. It, you know, at least it gives you a place, you know, it's kind of like when you're writing your first stories. It's a lot easier to teach someone to write a story by first having them rewrite a story they like.
Mm-hmm.
You know, take a classic fairy tale, now make it modern. How would you do that? You know, of take something you know and now modify it is a lot easier than wholesale invent this, invent this from whole cloth.
Yeah.
You got everything all at once. Pick a point to start at and go from there. And it's like, And I found gender the same way. I mean, my favorite piece of gender that, you know, was viewed very differently, you know, back in history, you know, color is easy. For me, it's china and dresses. Only men were allowed to wear dresses, and only men who were politically or socially high in the hierarchy were allowed to wear dresses. Everyone else wore pants. Pants were for regular plain people.
Yeah.
You had to be special to wear a dress.
Yes. Because they're so pretty.
Like, you know, hence gender is entirely a social construct.
It is a construct.
And it's a basis for communication and negotiation. But, I mean, like, up until 100 years ago, being a secretary was a male job.
Yes, so was being a nurse, actually.
Yeah.
Nursing was a man's work. Pretty much into the American Civil War. And it did not start becoming women's work, I think, until the Spanish-American War, if I remember correctly. It started and that was simply out of desperation.
Mm-hmm.
There just were not enough men available to work as nurses. So they had to, and they ran out of old men to work as nurses. And they had to start, taking anyone who would, which was women, because women weren't allowed to fight, and there were many women who wanted to be involved. So,
but yeah,
the same with teaching. Teaching used to be man's work.
Yes.
For literally thousands of years, that was man's work. The Greeks were very clear on this. And it is only with there becoming more lucrative career fields available to men that men moved on, and women then took over the teaching, because women take whatever's left, the crumbs.
Yeah, whatever men are not fiercely defending, then anyone else can come in.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was just, not only was it masculine, it was white men only were supposed to be teachers.
Yes, because they were defining culture for children. They were influencing the next generation, and that's man's work, white man's work specifically.
Yeah. But we see once, more lucrative things come up, and once they're not defending, it's like, no, I need that job. Mm-hmm. Then, yeah, they let everyone, and suddenly, it's nothing. It's a lesser job. It's just, mm-hmm. Again, it is defined by society. It is a social contract, and it's just a beginning place. Also, a lot of nursing became more, feminine with Nurse Nightingale.
Yeah.
of and the push she did for creating that position of palliative care.
And again, I want to point out the women, such as Carrie, talking about Claire Barton and Louisa May Alcott, these women were the exceptions. They had to fight constantly just to be allowed to nurse, the privilege of nursing bullet wounds, whatever. Okay. But that they were not the norm at that point. Let alone they certainly weren't respected of the nurse telling the doctor the patient's history and the patient's current situation, how they are, receiving care, what's going on, essentially a consultative process with the doctor. That certainly the women were not respected.
Yeah.
And ditto with Florence Nightingale, although that said, Florence Nightingale was not the only woman nursing.
No.
In the, which war was that? It's not
Prussian.
the Boer. Yeah, it's not the Boer War. Hold up. Let me think of my minor European wars. Yeah, the Prussian. There was actually this amazing Jamaican, I think, or Caribbean woman who I am terrible with names.
Oh, God. Yeah, I can't remember her name at all. Her life was amazing.
Amazing.
Truly puts Nightingale to shame to remember when you find out all the stuff this woman did, including the multiple businesses she ran, everything.
Mary Seacole.
Yes.
Did I literally just Google horrible histories nurse? You better believe I did. Am I about to post the link? Yes.
But anyway, as we were talking about the original subject of, what is positive masculinity? What is the non-pejorative, non-destructive forms of masculinity in modern society? Truly, one of the things that has truly changed is positive masculinity. You have to be able to express your emotions, because part of it is still being in control of yourself, and you do not need your emotions incapacitating you in the moment when you are trying to, take care of others. So you have to be able to now express them in a, time and manner that is, safe for yourself and others. But yeah, this whole stoicism of new stoicism of, you don't express yourself as man. It's has truly been shown repeatedly, that's some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
We see how much, if you bottle it up, you incapacitate yourself, and you are not only dysfunctional, you will ruin the function of everyone around you.
Because if there is not an accepting environment where people feel safe enough to express how they are feeling, there cannot be honest discourse. And that doesn't mean that people rage or take over the conversation for an hour just crying and no conversation happens. But rather that, yes, they state things such as, this makes me sad. I feel sad when we talk about this. And the next person is saying, well, what about it makes you sad? Well, this aspect makes me sad because this is what I'm thinking, da-da-da. And then you have discourse. But without expressing, hi, this is my feeling, or this frustrates me so much. I'm so frustrated with people saying these negative and they're untruthful things. And it's so frustrating and it just makes me so angry. And they're like, okay, well, what can we, having that honest discourse about feelings is necessary in order for people to communicate clearly, because none of us are properly telepathic. And while you can have a vague idea of, oh, this person is upset, this person is sad or happy or angry, we don't know the nuance behind it without them telling us more details and expressing their thoughts in words.
And once they express them, people are better able to understand themselves and not be controlled by them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Gloria and I both have the same, semi-fond memory, if you can call it that, of we had the same English teacher that if, any amount of the class really wasn't feeling like doing English class that day, we just bring up Vietnam. And he would just start reminiscing, telling stories about Vietnam because that's where he felt in control. That was where he felt like he was himself. So he was always ready to talk stories about this because he didn't, there were some things unresolved also.
He was in Army intelligence. So he did have more knowledge than, say, your ground troops.
Yeah. And he also didn't like, that, 2-3 decades later, all the lies that had been put out about it.
Mm-hmm.
No, this was stuff we knew at the time. This was not a surprise. It's not in retrospect. Oh no, this stuff was known.
Mm-hmm.
Don't listen to this, apologetics excuses people are making. And that is, that's excusing the old men in power who entirely knew what their plans would do. So again, also, unresolved feelings as well. But once you know and recognize what are the feelings driving these thoughts and memories, you're better able to see when other people use them on you, as well as when you need them for your own health. Like we were talking about a few weeks ago with music and reminiscing and nostalgia of sometimes you use nostalgia to feel safe when the present doesn't feel that safe.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little shortcut you can use when you need a reprieve. It's, nostalgia works so in many ways, including our memories and our emotions. But they're, a shortcut. And that's, again, you need to know why you feel this way. And that's what sort of the new masculinity, the new positive masculinity in part is about, is know why you're having these feelings. Everyone has feelings. If you don't have feelings, there's a lot broken in your brain because that's what emotions are there for. To keep humans moving and surviving. Such as, but toxic masculinity, also shows up in the weirdest little ways, like that. We were talking about that scene last week in Long Kiss Goodnight, where Sam Jackson almost runs off the street, looking
Mm-hmm.
at a woman jogging by. His need to show that to others, to express that even if it risked his and others' life, just go, see, I'm still a man. That is where it's toxic. But yeah, but we want these positive roles. That's why we want to show up some of these positive roles of here's ways to kind of show yourself and show others in society that you are masculine, you're a man,
Mm-hmm.
without it harming others. And we think we found a few examples that most people can agree on. Hey, Everett.
Hello.
So probably the fun one we can start with is actually a TV series, Star Trek: Strange New Worlds, and the definitely reinterpreted Captain Pike character.
Yes.
This version of Captain Pike is definitely quite different than the original Star Trek series idea of Captain Pike, who is definitely far more stoic and manipulatable. This one, played by, I can't remember his name.
Anson something? Something Anson?
Yeah. Anson Mount, maybe. with hair that should
hands
be
down.
that, with hair that Aquanet would be proud of.
It is gravity-defying hair, I will admit.
But he shows a lot of these traits of
He
positive
does.
masculinity, of where he does care about others, where he is trying to be fatherly without suffocating or telling people who they are supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
He's being what we consider a good fatherly example of he's giving people chances to show who they are, giving them opportunities to define themselves. And then being congratulatory about, all right, we now know this about you. Let's see more of this. That's why you're here. Starfleet considers you some of the best.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't get here without merit. And we want you here because of what everyone has seen in you. You may have forgotten, though. But he is in part what keeps this series entertaining and fun and hopeful. Truly, this is Star Trek with a lot of hope.
Mm.
That a lot of people commented we've all kind of missed in Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
People haven't liked Star Trek for 60 plus years because of it being grimdark.
Mm-mm.
It's because eventually everything works out. We work together, it works out.
Mm-hmm.
We save each other. And so I don't mind this kind of rewrite of Captain Pike.
Mm-hmm.
We still see, they've given his character reasons for his being stoic. And we still see him being somewhat stoic, but it's not as overwhelming now.
Yes.
And we also see others trying to talk with him to understand and counsel and essentially return the favor of, you were there for me, I want to be there for you. And, but again, per my ideas, that gender tends to be about parental role practice.
Mm-hmm.
The entire first season of this, we see his real internal argument being, if he doesn't change fate, he dies very unpleasantly, but he does get to save all these people.
Well, no, remember, it's some of these young people also, I think, die. And the whole season, he debates internally mostly whether to warn them. And then he meets one of the young people that he is going to, 8 years later save, or no, I think the young person actually dies. And he starts writing a letter to this person to tell this young person, stay away from this outpost. And that is the last episode of the season, and it is a wild time travel ride. So I'm not going to ruin anything for anybody, but just simply to say, he takes this knowledge very seriously since there's other people who die. He is not trying to save himself, but he is concerned that there are several young people who will not get to live a long life. And he's debating should I warn them? I feel like I should warn them, which of course all of us would feel that way. And then, future him shows up and, hijinks. Yes, he is living the trolley problem, and it's not going well when future him says, if you do this, the universe will end. So, oopsies!
I feel like, the last decade of emotional discussion has really been about the trolley problem.
Yes, it is.
I mean, from, another of our favorites, now older favorites, weird thought, of, The Good Place, as they too go through the literal trolley problem repeatedly.
Yes.
To a lot of others of this Because the trolley problem is about being a member of society.
That is true.
And how does society function? What is the social contract between the individual and the group? And what are the obligations between each? In part because a lot of society has kind of broken down in the last few decades because it's not holding up its end of the bargain.
Is it, Tom, the case of what do we owe each other?
Some might say.
That's another Good Place reference.
It's a literal book. Gloria, it's a literal book.
I know, but like,
and that guy was working with them at the Good Place. That was their reference to him.
I know.
Hey, this philosopher, have you checked out this book he wrote? It's a lot about this story.
I mean, the 3rd and 4th seasons of The Good Place pretty much are all obsessed with what do we owe each other.
It's because society makes our lives easier, or else we wouldn't be in it.
It's true. You know what? I'm a huge fan of electricity, y'all. Like, you don't know how much I love electricity. That AC is blasting right now, and I love it. And I'm so grateful for it.
I like waterproof housing.
Oh, nice. That's a good one, too.
And,
I wish my housing was waterproof. I literally just got a black mold spot in my ceiling. Concerned.
And I like having, I like cars.
Oh, yeah. Cars are great. Not walking everywhere. It's nice.
I like transport.
And not having to take care of horses just to get anywhere, like, again. That's nice. Like, nothing against horses, but they weren't really always wanting to pull the cart. Okay, y'all?
Yeah.
So, like, understandable. Like, sometimes they're like, we're tired too, So, cars are nice in that way. I love cars. Clothing. Oh, let me tell you, this fabric. Oh, this is fine. This is fabric for kings. This jersey knit. It's so fine you can't even see the stitches. So good. I love modern clothing in that regard. It's so comfy. It can be so soft. I love so many wonderful aspects of society that we get. There are other aspects I'm not thrilled about. I believe I should have bodily autonomy. Spence says, I'm convinced I would have just full-on perished by this point in the summer without my AC. I agree.
And, there's a lot of places humans wouldn't live without society working together.
Right. Well, like where we live in South Mississippi, this place was largely uninhabited until about 120 years ago, even by local American Indian tribes. Nobody inhabited. Now, the Gulf Coast was inhabited, and further north of the state capital, Jackson, in the top half of the state, there were inhabitants of American Indian tribes, like the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, and others. But where we are, in the piney woods, nobody lived because it sucked that hard. When you have that many trees, you have this thing called superhumidity. It's real, look it up. And what it means is here in South Mississippi, we're capable of 120% humidity. And that is because there's so much organic matter in the air, pollen, that it holds extra moisture. And so we get super humidity combined with 100+ degree temperatures. And that is a recipe to die of heat exhaustion. So nobody lived here willingly. Nobody. Till really about 100 years ago. Like there was like a little bit of people, but only like because of the trains. Like you had to have a station master. Yes, it's real. It's real here. Yes. And that is the reason that mud skippers and catfish are okay walking here to cross the street, because they stay so moist, y'all.
They will not dry out.
They don't dry out. So they know they're safe to do it. I knew somebody who had a pet mud skipper. They had a little pond that they made in their front yard. And this mud skipper would just walk down the street and people would stop and like freak out and start knocking on doors like, oh my God, you know there's a fish walking on the street, you need to come see. And they're like, oh, that's the neighbor's fish. He does that. And he did that for literally years. And like, it was wild. And some people thought he did it for attention. I mean this. I met this fish a couple times. I saw him walking more than a few times. He used to walk to other neighbors' houses for treats, and I'm not exaggerating. So,
do you have any dog food?
Like he would steal the dog food that people would leave out for their outside dogs, and during the day. And he would just eat dog food and then go back to his pond by the time his family got home from work every day, so they didn't know that he'd been out stealing dogs' food, and dogs would be like, you know what? I'm just not going to object. This fish can do what it's want. I don't care.
I don't know what that is. No.
The dogs were not like, oh, it's our neighbor's pet. It was, oh my God, what is this? I'm going to go away. You can just have whatever's left. It was hilarious to see the looks on dogs' faces, which I think the fish enjoyed. I think the fish enjoyed freaking out dogs and cats. So anyway, tangent. But nobody was living here. And it's only with technology that anybody moved here, and that now there is a bustling, dare I say, cosmopolitan society down here. It's only because of relatively cheap, affordable electricity and relatively airtight housing, clean running water, and air-conditioned cars, that this area has flourished. And it would not flourish. And if all of that disappeared, this place would become a ghost town. And this area has a general population, I think, of about 100,000 people overall in the entire, 6-county area.
Oh, at least.
All of that would be gone without modern conveniences. When the dog nopes out, God, the look on dogs' faces was hilarious.
Yeah, so that's
Rottweilers did not handle this well. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, that's why. But this is why we're tackling the tricky subject of what is modern masculinity and being a man in this binary world of. Because part of what the changes going on in society is this past decade is we're trying to strip away all the negative, detrimental parts we've been tacking, society has been putting on as being part of being a man. You need to also these negative ones, and everyone's going, no, these negatives aren't helping anyone. We need to stop that part. We need to,
Well, I mean, people have been saying that for, hundreds, thousands of years, like violence, that is not helping anybody.
But it was helping certain people, and that's the ones who kept encouraging it. And so you're finally getting people together going, yeah, no, let's stop. Let's not. This isn't helping the people we want to help society. This is just helping those in power, and screw them. The people in power are not smarter than everyone else. They're just bigger jerks. As we've seen repeatedly, you don't get to be a billionaire by being a nice person. Every billionaire that, pledged to donate money to help rebuild this Notre Dame, not a single one ever donated a single buck when they found out their name would not be put on the building.
Yep.
They were still only doing it for selfish reasons and publicity points.
Yep.
They're not nice people.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they accumulate that level of wealth, is they're not nice people.
Mm-hmm.
So we're trying to get at what are nice men looking like? And not even nice, kind, compassionate men, because nice just means to not offend others.
To be polite.
And that is why nice guys finish last, because we don't actually know who they are. They're pretending to be someone else.
They're not sincere.
Yeah.
And human connection values sincerity, earnestness, as well as integrity. which is really, integrity is about consistency of character. So, again, I want to point out for the exercise for today's episode, it's just the other side of last week's exercise, which is when you have a couple moments, sit down with pen and paper, or perhaps, your laptop, your computer, with a document open, a blank document. Close your eyes and think about your idealized version of a man. It can look like anything. It's not my business what that person looks like. But think about what that man looks like. Start writing down everything about him. What does he look like? How tall is he? What is his hair color? Eye color, skin color. What kind of clothes is he wearing? Are they rugged clothes? Are they formal clothes? Talk about his shoes. And then after you've talked about his appearance, start talking about his personality, this idealized man. Is he kind, compassionate? Is he thoughtful? Is he considerate? Is he boorish? Is he gregarious or generous? Start thinking about his personality. Does he have an education of any kind? You don't have to go to school. Can he read? Can he read well? What does he enjoy reading? Really describe this character, this idealized man in your mind. Describe him on paper so that anybody else could read it, could also see your vision of your idealized man. And then after you finish that, read over all these traits, all these characteristics, and all the appearance of this person. And think about, does this actually describe a man to you, or does this simply describe a good human? Is there a difference in the characteristics of this idealized man versus, say, your idealized woman that you already did last week? Are they the same? For all intents and purposes, they could look very, very similar. They could be wearing the same kinds of clothing. So, and even underwear can be the same, depending on a person's body. So start looking at how you are instinctively interpreting idealized manhood. There is no right or wrong to this. I am not going to come and grade it. In fact, no one is going to come and grade it, because we are really just examining our preconceived notions that we were given as children about idealized gender roles. That's all. Again, I want to point out there is absolutely no value judgment in whatever you write down. You could write down some controversial things if that is what is part of your idealized idea of a man. Because none of us can help the traits or the qualities that society told us this is the definition. Now, going forward, you can start adjusting your interpretation of what a man is. But first, you need to start with the truth of what you already think that maybe you haven't really given a whole lot of thought to. Spence says, I'm not going to grade it, says Gloria in her teacher voice, giving me flashbacks. I promise you, I am the kind of teacher who keeps her word. If I say I'm not grading it, I'm not grading it. But I want you to know that there's nobody's coming to value judge what you write. It's entirely yours. If you want to share it, that is your business. You're free to do that, but you don't have to share it with anyone ever. This is an exploration of the ideas society and your family and your friends growing up gave you about this gender role. So the only way to really get to know it is to write it out. That's what we're doing. I've actually done this particular exercise of writing out the traits of gender roles with children as young as third graders, and they absolutely love this exercise. What I usually do with the children, though, is after they write out all the traits for each gender, they then get to draw the people. They really love that. It is something that if you want to do, I highly encourage you to do. Again, you don't need to share it if you don't want to. But the kids found this really gratifying. And the funny thing is, and I'm talking about 8 to 10-year-olds, every time I do this exercise with my kids, each new year, the one consistent thing I would get would be a couple kids pulling me aside later that day or the next day or that week and say, it's given me a lot to think about. And I mean, these are from like little 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds. To hear them say, this has given me a lot to think about. I'm not sure that I agree with what I wrote down. And I'm like, that is your business. You can change what you believe about what is your idealized woman and man. And then, yes, we go into what is an idealized adult. That is the third exercise I do with the kids. But as I said, we're doing this exercise because I know that children love this exercise. I've done it with adults as well. Although I do get more pushback from adults who are like, no, I don't want to do this exercise. Versus the kids are kind of fascinated by this.
Like, and to give you an example of just how varied it is, I was actually kind of reminded of it from Spence, of every man around the first Lord of the Rings movie, all the men at that council meeting. I have met someone who
so much like that.
Not just like that, but each of those is someone I've known's ideal idea of a man. From Gandalf being very tall and old with a long beard, to Frodo, this cherubic small male, and everyone in between. I have talked to people that their ideal man was one of them. Of like, so don't be surprised. It's like, so that's mine. It's like, you'd be surprised what you pick up from your family and from others of what is the idealized male.
Yeah.
Height, shape, weight, hairiness level, everything varies depending on culture and background. But it is good to know about yourself.
It's really just an exercise to gain awareness.
Yeah.
So one of the things like I'd bring up is I predominantly taught in schools that were almost entirely filled with African American students. And when I say entirely, I mean, I taught in one school that had 300 students, of which only 6 were not African American. And of those 6, 3 were white and 3 were Hispanic. Like, that was the actual stats of our school. So when I say they were almost entirely African American, and yet so many of my kids, their idealized man in particular was white. Often their idealized woman was black. And I'm like, why is that? How can you ever reach any kind of closeness to that idealized man when you yourself can never be white? Something to think about, because again, children are major consumers of media, and they are influenced by what they see, by what they're surrounded by. And so it was a conversation that my 8-year-olds really wanted to have about with each other. They did not need me involved. So I just gave them about 20 minutes to break up into groups and have a discussion about, is the idealized man African American or not? Or what does his skin color even look like? And does it matter? And if it doesn't matter, what does that mean? Like, how does he talk if his skin color doesn't matter? Oh, they were actively discussing it, but nobody was like yelling or anything. Nobody was like, but they were really, their heart was in these conversations. And it was so gratifying. I'm just sitting back drinking my coffee like, I don't have to do jack. It's great. Because I love it when I don't have to like moderate. And there's other teachers going, I heard your whole class. What was that? Was there a controversy? Like, no, we're discussing what is an idealized man and what is does the skin tone even matter? Oh, let me tell you. So it's something to think about. There's no right or wrong, though. And again, I'm saying this a lot because I feel like it needs to be said a lot. People don't quite seem to hear it when I say it, so I'm going to say it again. Whatever you write down is your own business, and there is no right or wrong. Even if later you may feel a little guilty or a little funny about it, you have to have a starting off point. So get in there and find out what you really think. Because you'll never know if you don't start. When we come back, we'll start discussing specific movies and TV shows we've listed down below. Is there?
Yes, let's talk about the human golden retriever.
Heartstopper. So when we come back, we will start the discussion talking about the characters in Heartstopper. Now is a wonderful time to make sure you have something to drink. Or maybe it's time for a little bathroom break. And we will see y'all in approximately 10 minutes. Maybe beep, maybe beep, beepity beep, beepity beep, maybe beep. Come out wherever you are. Tom says there's a new poll. Who defined manliness to you growing up? A family member, a TV/movie character, a real life non family member, or myself?
Look, I've known kids who they've had enough change in their life that they eventually had to just self-define because they realized they didn't like any of the options they were given.
Mood.
I was thinking about it over the break, and
This has made me so self-aware of like, well, yes, I am eating my first meal like a teacher in between the lessons. Like, oh my god, I am still a teacher.
some things don't change.
Why should they, right?
And it just slightly before we get into talking about Heartstopper,
Mm-hmm.
of like, what is the purpose of gender? And I think it also gets to the heart of where a lot of the older crowd are very fearful about the social changes going on around gender now. And because we use gender as a form of integrity, outward expression to tell people before they even know us what to expect from us. We expect a little bit different behaviors from someone if they are wearing a dress than if they are wearing pants in society. We have, different, assumptions about people just based in every part of their outfit of drag. When you see someone, a professional on the job, you expect them to have tools that go with that profession. If they don't, you suddenly reassess well, are they a professional or are they something else?
Right.
And gender is the same way. We expect people to dress in these gender roles so we know ahead of time what to assume of, oh, if you wear a dress and you have long hair and you act feminine, you must be good with taking care of children. There are these weird assumptions that don't really necessarily go together, but
it's true.
They came from they came from growing up in a society that things were a little bit simpler, that things were a little bit more obvious, and they are afraid of losing those touchstones and those solid foundations they were raised on, that they could just go about go about with their life without thinking as much. And that is where gender is it's this outward expression of, here's the things you can assume about me. If I look like me in traditional gender roles, then you would assume I'm interested in women when it comes to sexual relations. You're going to assume that if I'm around other guys, I ain't going to do anything. I ain't going to say anything. I'm not going to comment really about their looks or all. And that's just not as true anymore. And that is where you hear a lot of this fear in the older generations of the stuff they could take for granted is not as taken for granted, and people can act differently, even though they were always, just they hid it more. Essentially, we've now changed who has to deal with the fear, instead of just accepting everyone's unique. Until you know them, there's always going to be surprises.
Maybe one of the important reasons why gender roles do seem to be loaded with parenting traits and behaviors is because as children, often our first interactions, close interactions, long-term interactions with adults was our own family. Because thinking about my idealized man, I have to admit there's definitely a lot of our father in there, Tom.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, when I was a little girl, I genuinely believed our father was one of the most handsome men ever.
Your classmates didn't disagree, though.
Daddy was good looking, y'all. And he had such a lovely, like, velvety, chocolatey, smooth voice.
That your classmates would call up just to hear him answer, and then when you got on the phone, hung up.
Yeah.
It was weird.
It was weird.
Hormones be weird. But yes, and that also brings up another point. A lot of what we consider femininity and masculinity, is with our parents or someone else
Yeah, like a caregiver.
that we had growing up.
Like, I definitely, as you said, our mother, she didn't really wear a ton of dresses and skirts when we were little, because she was always running after all of us, and we were rambunctious little hellions. So instead, she wore a lot of shorts and capris and, little, pant type things. However, the Montessori daycare preschool thing I went to, every single teacher there wore long, flowy dresses.
Mm-hmm.
And so definitely if I see somebody in a big, flowy dress or skirt, kind of like a hippie skirt. I don't know how to explain this. Bohemian skirt. Yeah, let's say that.
Yeah.
I automatically assume that they're ready to start hurting children. Even though that one does not automatically lead to another. And I know that. And yet I have been conditioned since preschool to associate a woman in a big flowy skirt with, about to go herd children and start putting down, snacks on a table and demanding everybody quietly wait. Like I'm expecting that. I would be shocked if they're like, I just let children run the street. I don't care. They're not mine. Like, that would be weird to me because the Montessori teachers were absolutely wonderful at the Montessori school I went to. So I do have that association because, again, these were my caregivers. These were my earliest teachers, and I truly did feel cherished by our mother, by our father, but also by, like, my Montessori teachers. And then the next daycare I went to, I still felt that there were at least the owner of the daycare, Kids Corner, and one of the main teachers that they cherished me. So I do definitely associate a lot of femininity with these various diverse women. However, I had far less interaction with males in my young life. So dad was pretty much it. And boy, let me tell you, if you'd asked me at 9 years old if my father was the epitome of manhood, I would have been absolutely staunchly defending, absolutely. Even though, y'all, that man
Was a bit
was not butch. He was an absolute nerd.
Definitely more on the scholarly attractiveness scale, not
yes.
the more traditional. But I mean, this is part of how we define genders, our caregivers.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's in opposition to our caregivers. As Spence put it, dad and grandpa aren't good examples of masculinity. I'll have to remember that growing up. And an odd example and truly a why not date myself?
Yep, do it. We're all old timers now.
There was a movie back in the 80s that came out that I thought did a good example of this. Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, yes.
Classic. Where the main boy character, because the main characters are actually both a boy and a girl.
Yes.
But the boy character, his father figure and masculinity example is his essentially toy G.I. Joe character, who comes to real life through the acting of what's his name?
Dabney Coleman.
Dabney Coleman.
I developed such a crush on Dabney Coleman, y'all, because of Cloak and Dagger when I was in upper elementary school.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, there is nothing like that amazing. I mean, Dabney Coleman's okay, but remember, this is also the bad guy from 9 to 5.
Yeah.
He plays a schmuck a lot. But in this role in Cloak and Dagger, he plays a minor schmuck, But not a major schmuck, because he's like, it's sort of like Jojo Rabbit, where he is entirely in the imagination of a child.
Yes.
But it is an effective coping tool for this child who is in an incredibly scary situation. Tom. We're both going to click things. Look at this.
This is the character.
This is a character from Cloak and Dagger, okay? It is bizarre.
He still doesn't, to my adult eyes, he doesn't look that masculine or anything. He just
he really does look like an action figure.
He looks like a joke. He looks like an actual walking joke.
He talks kind of like one in the movie, but but in a good way. Like, it's actually quite entertaining. It's not as irritating, although I love it when the kid starts arguing with his imaginary friend, Dabney Coleman. Yeah. Not unlike Jojo Rabbit, where, because at a certain point, the advice coming from this superhero action figure in his head is not good, and this kid's like, "You're going to get me killed." Like, so they start having arguments, which is healthy. But yeah, I had such a crush on Dabney Coleman from that movie. But
that's also why I wanted to include sometimes even to children, it's obvious that a caregiver is not a good example of a person they want to be.
Mm-hmm.
And so they will go and find someone else.
Mm-hmm.
And in that movie, he did not want to be at all like his father. So that's where he started using this other character, his G.I. Joe, to be the stand-in for the masculine character.
I think Dabney Coleman actually is also places his father in the movie.
I thought it was that his father, he at the end switches his father into the character, and it was someone else. But that's why I wanted to include that but we define these genders growing up. Like, that is, because it's our expectations.
Yeah, with his mother dead and his father, Hal Osborne, played by Dabney Coleman, busy working, 11-year-old Davy, Henry Thomas, spends his time immersed in video games, often daydreaming up espionage stories featuring imaginary spy Jack Flack, also Coleman.
Okay. God, It has been a while since I watched that.
I was about to say, baby, you were so young.
And I also had a lot of face blindness growing up that I've only somewhat gotten over.
Hi, welcome to Autism. How's it going? Can I interest you in some more oxytocin to help?
But
that's what cute kittens are for.
And that's sort of where I wanted to go into talking about Heartstopper.
Mm-hmm.
And the, one of the main characters who's, I guess sort of becomes, I guess you might call it the love interest.
The romantic interest, yeah.
The romantic interest. Like, truly, even the hair he has, like, it's a golden retriever in a human form.
Fantastic.
And I was thinking about it, and there's a scene in there in the first couple episodes where the main character, who we kind of see the world viewed through, Charlie, is talking, to this character, and he brings up things this character has done behind the scenes that people, he, has looked around to make sure no one was around, and Charlie happened to actually see him doing this. Including in a pottery class, one of the kids made a football, well, what we would call a soccer ball, and he went in afterwards, after everyone else had left, and punched a hole in it so it did not explode
in the kiln.
He didn't tell anyone. No one was supposed to know, but Charlie, trying to avoid everyone else as well, happened to see this, but he didn't tell anyone else about this either. He just, went in, poked a hole, so there wouldn't, it wouldn't be destroyed, and everyone else's stuff as well would not be destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
And then just let it be. And I thought, that is an interesting example of masculinity, but as well as integrity. Of this character is doing that because of their own views. He is not doing it because other people are watching him do this, so he is acting out of expectations. He is doing this because this is the person he wants to be.
Right.
He wants to be of help, to know everyone's going to have a good time, and he's going to do his own little things to help make sure the class has a good time. And we sometimes assign that as a gendered role when really it's just about being a good human. Of it's looking after others. In part just so your life is also more enjoyable.
Yeah, if everybody's having a good time, everybody's having a good time. And if one person is miserable, everyone else's good time is kind of affected. So if there's something that can be done to remedy one miserable person's experience, like a granola bar, because it's been so long since they've eaten and they forgot to eat, so that they will not be grumpy. Well, why not? Why not just, it's easily solvable problem.
And we see this throughout of this character acts the way he does because of internal reasons. Of while, yes, gender roles are society's, a social contract in many ways. We also act these ways in part because of internal views of who we want to be. Do we want to be more like our mother or our father or someone else we respect? We're going to emulate them through different ways. I mean, in kids, it's really easy to see who they're emulating and who they want to be like, because just look at their haircut. However they want their hair, they will be like whoever they want to emulate. Real fast. Like within minutes to hours.
Yeah.
You will see them change their hair.
Remember all the spiky hair in the 90s?
Or, oh God, the frosted tips.
The frosted tips, yeah. You knew who was really into the Tanner family on Home Improvement by the boys' haircuts. If they had that sort of short, spiked, blonde hair, you knew that family watched Home Improvement every single week in the early 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Robert. Robert says, I have a little experience with masculine men beating the crap out of one another. LOL. I mean, yeah.
We just call that roughhousing. But is...
villains and superheroes roughhousing. They're just having fun. Don't mind that building. That's why we have construction workers.
But that is a trait we give as masculine, is rougher play. That we're supposed to be able to give and take that as part of being masculine. And if you can't, if there's confusion about, well, that's not very masculine, what are you doing? In part because we have expectations of, men doing more difficult, dangerous jobs and not expressing, the pain or doubts that come with it.
It's actually interesting because what we know about little boy, like infant boy and infant girl physiologies, infant male assigned at birth have a tendency to have far more skin sensitivity to neurological stimulation than girls. So roughhousing with infants, it is not the same experience for male assigned at birth versus female assigned at birth infants. Males are more sensitive to rough touch. It overstimulates and can hurt more quickly than infant females assigned at birth. So to play rougher with little baby boys is actually more intense for them, which is kind of interesting considering this gender idea of roughhousing is more masculine, when in fact their nerve systems actually seem to be more sensitive to stimulation.
And then the other part of the irony of children and how we treat them gendered, so before puberty hits, is we assign male at birth babies more credence when they cry quicker than female, because our assumptions are that the higher pitched babies scream at, well, with males, obviously they're already in more pain because they're screaming at the same pitch as the assigned female birth babies, even though puberty is, so they're the same pitch for everything. So
Yeah.
also at the same time, we are disregarding assigned female at birth babies, their pain of saying, oh, obviously it doesn't hurt as much because the pitch would have to be even higher. And it's, again, I'm thinking, why are we gendering babies? Babies don't even really have you don't have gender much till puberty hits. Humans don't really change much. Their biology is about the same for both. Till puberty starts, and then the real hormones. Oh, those crazy hormones.
Yeah.
So yeah, like there's a lot of irony in the way people treat children. Again, they're not really gendered yet.
Yeah.
But we still put genders on them and expectations.
The only time any kind of sex matters with infants is when you're changing diapers, what you clean and how you clean it. I gotta be honest. That's it.
Yeah, it's true. You do have to be careful about how you clean.
You really need to understand which crevices that you need to check. Hence,
and what kind of drying you need to do for each.
Like, you really do have to dry. I always, when I was taking care of infants, I always would bring my own hair dryer, so I could blow the little skin on the little boys, because there's a lot of folds going on, y'all. It's not neat hospital corners like with girls, and you don't want to get a rash. So much. There's so much floppiness, and they love it though. They love the little warm air blowing.
Yeah, like Spence's.
Spence's can confirm little boys are sensitive beings. Little girls will F you up. Yeah. We hold baby girls versus baby boys differently too. There's a tendency to hold boys so their heads are away from you, versus girls, you do more cuddling. Yes, I've seen that. So just to and we're really bringing all of this up to just point out how society interacts with gender, particularly of infants and young children, is not necessarily evidence-based. It is not based on what those little tiny humans need or want. It is based on adults believing that young children and infants are little adults when in fact they are not.
I mean, because we do know, like, men after puberty and a lot of testosterone has been going through the system for many years, men's skin often is literally thicker.
Yeah, testosterone and other androgens actually change the roughness of skin.
So our nerves are a little bit more deadened, and we can seemingly get hurt more without feeling as much pain. But that's after, more than a decade of testosterone and androgens changing things. In children, that is not necessarily at all the case, because puberty hasn't hit, let alone for a long enough time for there to be a lot of physical changes. We take for granted a lot of the physical changes as adults in children that just aren't there.
I was very conscientious about that when Pizza Demon was born. It was interesting, said Spence. And Robert says, there's no evidence, just a lot of programming passed down. Bad habits often become traditions over time. Agreed.
So that's why we kind of wanted to talk about the masculinity of...
As somebody who's worked in childcare almost my entire working life, and my working life started when I was 11, I was always fascinated by, and again, this is just based on my own personal observations. I'm not making some blanket statement about all male boys and girls and all that, none of that. But based on my own personal observations, I can honestly tell you, as far as elementary school children, age 6 to 8, 9, I will sooner trust a little boy with watching their infant sibling than I will trust a little girl. Little boys at that age are so nurturing and they desperately want to nurture. So it's like they are so attuned and attentive to the needs, whether we're talking about a pet or a child, another child, like a younger child. And so I loved having like babysitting kids and being mother's helper and cleaning up houses that had like little boys in it because they took their job as assistant to me so seriously. I could hand them anything and they would listen to the instructions to it versus the little girls are like, no, I got my own life to lead, mother. You know? And I remember like mentioning this observation when I was a teenager, and all these adults would just blink at me like, no, that's not a thing. I'm like, how do you not see how much little boys love to nurture and little girls are like little feral creatures out there roaming the worlds with their Barbies,
Oh
terrorizing
God.
raccoons? Like, Spence says all the pizza diva wants out of life is to take care of something smaller than him. Yes, they're at that age. Spence says my family had a tendency to hold the pizza demon more vertically when just chilling versus like a football, but closer to their chest. Yes, I am definitely the kind of person that cuddles babies. In part because the padding, y'all, the padding is for reals. So the babies just love it and I love it. But yeah, I don't like holding them vertical because it's like, why do I want to look a baby directly in the face? That's weird. You know, hello, little person. Like they don't care. They just want to be held. Robert says, I've seen that as well, Glory. When the brutality programming is in there, boys can have quite nurturing tendencies. Yes, also they love to run vacuum cleaners, which I don't like vacuuming. So, guess who was always like, "You ready to vacuum?" and just let them go in the living room while I like swept up the kitchen. I much prefer to sweep. I don't. The vacuum is loud, but the boys are happy to run that thing. And while also keeping an eye on their young sibling who's playing in the corner, and I really could trust them. Not that I wasn't like around like regularly monitoring, but just I always just thought that so interesting that little boys at that age of like 6 to 8 or 9 genuinely love to nurture anything and anyone that you let them. And it makes me kind of sad that people don't want to let little boys nurture. Like, what are you talking about? This is when they're really good at it. Why wouldn't you want them to be good at this? This is like a good thing to be good at. Spence says, my mom's favorite thing is to make sure every little boy she knows has a baby doll. Yes, agreed. Spence says, little boys, I feel so much joy being responsible for you. They really do. And little girls, how many ways can I murder you quietly? Yeah, and not even that quietly, quite honestly. As I said, they're roaming the streets with their Barbies, terrorizing local raccoons. Like, that's every little girl I know at that age, for the most part, unless they have family that's very, I'm going to just say oppressive and demanding gender conformity already.
Yeah.
Hi, Maggie.
Oh, you mean like the year that almost ended our parents' marriage early when I was growing up?
Oh, I know. I was thinking that too about the My Buddy doll.
Yep.
Tom wanted My Buddy doll so bad. And I had a Cabbage Patch, Molly. And there were tons of commercials. If you were around in the 80s, the mid 80s were loaded with My Buddy doll commercials. And Tom wanted a My Buddy doll, which, I'm like, yeah, you should have a My Buddy doll. They go everywhere with you. Look, the song is very obvious. My buddy, wherever I go, you're gonna go. My buddy, my buddy, my buddy and me. Like, it was very obvious. And Dad was like, absolutely not. We're not getting him a doll. And it's like, the house is surrounded by dolls. I have 1.5 million dolls at this point because my parents are really trying to make me conform to gender norms because they're concerned I'm going to grow up and be a lesbian. And this is absolutely true. And they made me go to psychological experimentation with electrodes trying to train me to prefer boys and men to girls. And this is real. That did happen. And this is the same time period. So they're really trying to push that I should be a girl, but I should prefer the company of boys and men. Very suspicious. And like, so of course, the homophobia of our father is that, of course, Tom cannot have a My Buddy doll because that will make him gay. The leap is incredible here. This is like a leap only Superman could make.
Yeah.
This leap is like the Grand Canyon of leaps. Mom, who was a, second wave feminist.
By the way, Spence, Glory, same way with me for several years. Thankfully, I'm very tough.
I'm so glad that dent in your head was not permanent. But Mom kept trying to no, the second wave feminists are very clear that boys should have dolls. They should have all the nurturing things. Boys shouldn't have guns.
Oddly,
and military.
So did our father's mother also agree with our mother.
Yes. So Grandma Marty, Dad's mom, and our mother were like, both, yes, little boys should have dolls and they should not have guns. And keep in mind, at this age, Tom is 2 to 3 years old. And Dad was like, absolutely not. He is my son, and I determine how he will be raised. And so the, quote, concession made in our family that saved our parents' marriage, because our mom was really ready to pack us up and move us back to Michigan. The concession was Cabbage Patch came out with Cabbage Patch Pets. Who remembers this? And Auntie Belle, Mom's mother's sister, because Mom's mother had already passed away from her brain tumor at this point. It had just passed away. Auntie Belle scoured every toy store and department store in the greater Detroit area, looking for not one but two, because she did not want me and Tom fighting over this. So she got us 2 Cabbage Patch Pets so Tom could have a baby doll. And it was Misha and Moisha. Oh, God, y'all.
It is what it is.
Yes, Misha and Moisha. We had these dolls forever. They had floppy ears and everything. And that was the doll, since he was not allowed to have a My Buddy doll. Somehow, but a Cabbage Patch pet would not make him gay. However, a humanoid little boy doll would. Homophobia is wild and
confusing. Just confusing.
Once with a knife, once with some Mardi Gras beads, once with a swamp. She tried to kill him with a whole swamp. That's cool. It's good to dream big. And yes, Robert points out that Georgie's grandchild loves sweeping and vacuuming, and he's 3. Yes, exactly. Y'all, let me tell you, if you have a young child in your home or who visits you, that vacuum cleaner is the best thing ever, both because they love it because it's like a big toy and it makes noise like a vroom vroom, like a big truck, and also because they can clean, and that's one less chore for you to do. They're little. Their back will not hurt. You know what? Versus yours will. So, Georgie. Okay. I wasn't sure because it looked like Georgie looked a little Russian, and I don't, nothing wrong with that. Hey, wait here. We'll come back for you in a minute. Don't wait in a swamp. No. So.
I had some older kids try that on me. They had no idea my persistence, though. I eventually found a way out.
Yeah. Tom's a survivor. So. Anyway, where were we? Oh, Heartstoppers. What do you have to say? What do you want to, other than?
I mean, also as everyone else kind of brings up, it is a really cute series. If you need a bit of a pick me up, yes. It is a surprisingly good series where there is hope. Everyone eventually works out. There's
Tom and I have not finished watching Heartstopper. Just full disclosure, we have not finished watching. We watched the first 2 episodes.
So, haven't decided or figured out where one character's arc is going of, will it be a mistress or a sex worker who's found dead in his, car someday in the future?
So creepy. But the Nick, the human golden retriever, Charlie said that Nick, starts catching feelings for Charlie, the character I'm talking about, and then Nick starts questioning his own masculinity because he's having feelings for this other character, Charlie, but he's also had feelings for girls in the past as well. So he's confused. He's like, am I a man? Am I? And I think that is so sad that people question their own gender identity based on who they are attracted to. But if you've been given, if you have been initiated into certain kinds of gender identification traits, it can be very confusing. Am I a real woman if I don't wear long flowy skirts? I have heard women actually utter these phrases before. And I'm like, what does womanhood have anything to do with what you put down on the bottom half of your body? I thought it was mostly to like obscure your genitals from like public. I thought that was the point of wearing things. That and like maybe if it's cold outside, you don't want cold legs.
I was going to say staying warm or staying cool.
Yeah. Robert says a fellow comic artist has a video of his son opening a Dirt Devil vacuum cleaner for Christmas and screaming with joy. Kudos to the parents for getting him that gift. I agree.
I remember when I was like 4 or 5, that was my dream gift. I wanted a Dirt Devil vacuum cleaner.
So bad. Yes, he did. He really wanted one. And again, Dad wouldn't let him have it because homophobia.
I will say, sort of as an aside, I've wondered for the last several years actually about my own sexuality and romantic preference and all that. And I've come to an odd idea about how I figure out if my interest is socially imparted or constructed, versus is it something innate that no, I just really want. And I think, Gloria, you'll love this one.
Okay, what you got? Let me hear it.
So socially, what I like is visual. So like, I can look at someone and just tell you.
Yeah, the aesthetics.
And that's just aesthetics. That is just what I've been taught and what it kind of developed over time.
Yeah.
What I like when it comes to my own, what the hormones have programmed my brain.
The sexuality,
is, okay, but do I want to put my hands on them and, grope/cuddle them? And it's
it's kind of an interesting interpretation of sexuality, but you're not wrong either.
But I mean, if you think about it, it's like, who do you want to touch real up close and personal?
Yeah, like that's why I was going, you're not wrong, because like I do feel similarly. I look at somebody and go, do I want to like get so up close and personal that we could touch?
So like, I look at these things and I look at, no, it's not every woman I want to touch. And for the most part, most men, no, I'm not actually that interested in touching. Like I see men who, aesthetically great looking, like truly a damn
gorgeous men out there. I agree.
That's, genetics were nice when they, made that one. But it's like, do I want to put my hands on them at all? It's like, no, I'm good. And it's like, oh, okay. So that's kind of how I'm trying to figure out what's the difference between aesthetics and actual sexuality.
That's a good point.
Of like, how much do I up close actually want to touch someone versus I just want to look at them because they're pretty.
Yeah. It's nice to look at pretty people. Sometimes it's just very pleasing to like enjoy what the genetic dice roll made.
And like a lot of, aesthetics is also, their charmingness,
yes,
how they've worked on their facial expressions and their body language.
Yes.
And, what they do with that. I mean, like, we watched 2 different bits of media, both Heartstopper and was it Anything's Possible or Everything's Possible?
Are we talking about Everything Everywhere All at Once?
No, I literally said that one of those 2 is the title. The one made by I can't remember the name. He's a black director now. Pittsburgh.
Oh, Billy Porter?
Yeah.
Oh, that movie. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that one, but
Yeah, it's on Prime. It's on Amazon Prime.
yeah, that's what I'm
But
literally looking up to, confirm the title.
but I mean, but both of them have a trans woman in there, and I'm looking at both. It's like aesthetically, they're both, beautiful people. Of great, but it's like, would I want to touch them? Maybe. They do seem very charming. But of like
Yes,
that's sort of
it is called Anything's Possible,
anything's possible.
which
Of
is on Prime, and we very much enjoyed watching. It's a sweet little teen romance. It's sweet.
Yeah, it's a lot like
wholesome.
Heartstopper in that they're both very sweet.
It's very wholesome. Even when I was concerned it was gonna kind of go into a little bit of tragedy, even a minor, it pulled out, y'all. So it's nice. Maggie says, I've heard, quote, am I a real woman if I don't show my cleavage, but only enough that people won't think I am slutty? End quote. When did the cleavage crack define femininity? Does plumber's crack show masculinity? Yeah.
I think I posted it to our little Friends of Awkward Sibling on Instagram. But it was just, I thought it was so funny about when you're wearing a summer dress and one of the
straps.
When the straps falls off your shoulder, just had a sudden thought of harlot.
I think you maybe posted to the memes in Discord, maybe.
I know I posted this, but it was just like, again, we all have these odd little gendered ideas.
Yeah.
And what we are expressing with our clothes and stuff.
So, fun fact, I have actually had many workers who need to wear utility belts in my life, and from time to time have had the opportunity to have regular conversations, and I have asked about lay crack. And it is interesting to note that various men have different opinions about the crack showing and people looking at the crack. And some men don't like the objectification of the crack gazing. And some men are like, yeah, if you want to look, have a go. But the crack is there because the utility belt is there. That it's just a problem with, having that much weight on your clothing. And men don't have much in the way of hips, so.
The only men I've known who really do have a problem with, crack and have worked to hide it are those who have been taken advantage of, mostly by other men who have, various pens and pencils and seeing if they can get it to fit just so.
Yes.
There is a fine art to, crack aiming.
Yeah. Yes, nobody wants to be the butt of jokes and contests. Pun intended.
But yeah, but I have seen where some do actually kind of define themselves and their gender by these things. It's truly, how did that become part of?
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I was friends with someone who was, shall we say, over-endowed by Mother Nature. And she'd grown up in a very conservative family. Like, first time I've ever heard the line of her father left the Catholic Church because it wasn't conservative enough. So then he joined, the local Southern Baptist.
Fundamental Baptist, yeah.
But
the Catholic Church wasn't conservative enough, y'all.
Yeah.
And this really happened, and I know this person.
Yeah. And so she worked in, at his business, for her father, doing bookkeeping and stuff. And, I noticed though, all her clothes, for the most part, were button-ups. They had a lot of cleavage. And so I asked her, like, what? All right, I know your family, and I've been friends with her for several years. And it's like, all right, I got to ask, so what's up with the clothes? There's so much cleavage. You're in the back room. You're working the bookkeeping. You're not even up front or anything. Why are your clothes showing so much? And her response was, if I could find clothes that weren't so revealing, I'd wear them. But they don't make them for people with my kind of cleavage. You only get this option. That's
Yeah.
it. There's no other. So she couldn't even dress to her conservatism level because of the options she had clothing wise.
Mm-hmm.
Her day-to-day clothes were actually less revealing as
Mm-hmm.
well as less form-fitting, but they did not look as professional.
Right.
And so she was at a true, catch-22 situation of looking a professional part, but the clothing for her just simply didn't allow certain levels of conservative professional, which again people are stuck with in this performance showing.
Robert says, there's an art to everything. That takes us to the idea that clothing is hiding our bodies, and if someone didn't introduce the idea that this was shameful or disrespectful, would we wear them? Maggie says, I had a friend who was GG, cup size, and she had hers removed after she had kids because she was tired of getting harassed and the melons keeping her from running her first marathon. Yes, understandable.
On Instagram, there is a woman who's a professional for like the last 15-20 years, iron worker, who works with an anvil, brain
Blacksmith.
And she is also kind of
Endowed.
over endowed, like truly for the frame, like might consider a
Yeah, there are some people I just look at, their cup size and think you're poor back, like because
and it's like, and so, but I mean, she likes her figure, she has fun,
yeah,
she's also, I'm guessing at this point, a semi-nudist, like she really doesn't care that much for clothes. And I'm just like, I just want to see the back. I want to see what level of muscles support this chest, as well as, work this much metal on a regular basis. Like, you got to really build up back muscles for smithing.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like she has taken, a traditionally masculine role and made it her own. And I love watching the reactions as people are very unsure of like how she's both sort of feminine and at the same time masculine in the she controls her environment, she makes the things she wants, but also she wears little clothing a lot of times because it's hot work. And she also works outside a lot, and it's like, it's hot here, why would I wear more clothes than I have to? It's my property.
Maggie says she actually gave herself a concussion and broke her nose when they bounced wrong doing hurdles and her bra straps broke. Oh my God, that sounds so dangerous. A concussion is dangerous. That's bad, as well as breaking your nose. And Sven says, I would 100% wear clothes just because I have sensitive skin and clothes protect me from discomfort. I agree. Maggie says they weigh 35 pounds.
That's too much.
That's a lot of weight to need ballast for. Yeah, I wear long sleeves in the house because I don't like the sensation of air flowing on my arms. It's too much stimulation for me. Same with, I wear like a camisole bra because I do not like skin on skin, and I even with losing a lot of weight, the girls are still will never pass the pencil test. Never. So, yeah, I don't sweaty skin. No, thank you. But like that is for my own comfort. Just how I wear lounge pants in the house because again, chub rub, the chafing, y'all. It's a problem.
Although you still have a little bit of conditioning you deal with because of mom and elbows. Like, you still don't like showing your elbows in public. And I've actually seen the difference between how some men act when even you're showing even elbows, let alone shoulders, and their views about you. Of like, What in the
When
world?
I don't wear sleeves, men in particular treat me like they have carte blanche to be in my personal space. Versus when I am wearing sleeves, they do not get so up close and personal. So in public, I almost always have sleeves on unless I truly feel that I'm going to be in a safe space where my, personal space will be respected. So it is true. It is weird. But, this is the society I live in where many men, not all men, but more than a few, think they are entitled to access to me. Spence says, I'm a hardcore believer that babies and kids need to be clothed most of the time. If you have to pick them up, especially, they're so
all children
are sticky.
Under the age of 8 need a handlebar on them somewhere that you can just grab.
Why don't they sew it into the back of their shirts? Like, just pick them up like a pug in a harness.
Like, I'm starting to believe that's the real reason why kids are told to tuck in their shirts, is so you can just grab them by the top of their pants.
Yeah, just be able to grab the back of their pants is so helpful. And maybe we're both clicking things. Maybe that's just what I learned from being Pizza Demon's mama, because he hated being lifted while touching his skin. Yeah. Also, they're always sticky. And if they're not sticky, they're greasy. And it's like, oh, God, how did you get this way? Hard pass. So, I'm looking forward to discussing Free Guy.
Yes, let's talk Free Guy. A surprisingly masculine but positive masculine character.
And Tom had originally recommended Romancing the Stone, and I had to think about, is Jack T. Colton a positive masculine character? Now, I have watched this movie like probably 1,000 times, and that is no exaggeration. I mean a literal 1,000 times in my life. I've watched this movie a lot. It is probably the first time I ever thought about becoming a writer was because of Romancing the Stone. And, I had to admit that, yes, while Jack has his own flaws because he is a three-dimensional character, he is written so well. He is, in fact, an example of positive masculinity. Now, not to say he does not have flaws. We see in The Jewel of the Nile, in the sequel, that he's apparently never really been in a long-term relationship and does not know how to behave inside of a long-term relationship. And so he is learning on the job and not doing a great job doing that. So we do see that in the second movie, but in the first movie, where it's really more like the romance is budding, but it has not even, the relationship has not been established. It's just who he is as a person. He is a good example of a positive masculine character.
Yeah, he is not a nice guy. But he is a real person. But he is,
and
he is
he
a positive
keeps his word.
masculine.
He truly lives up to his middle name. Trustworthy. So romantic.
And yes, when we come back, we will do a quick recap of Free Guy, just for those who haven't seen
Absolutely.
it.
Free Guy is, I believe, I want to say it may still be on HBO Max if you have access. And it is a very fun movie to watch. I just rewatched it this past week to kind of make sure that I was remembering it correctly. Yes, it's fantastic and I love it. So, when we come back, we will talk about Free Guy. We will talk about Romancing the Stone. We will, of course, talk about Arthur Christmas. Specifically, Arthur versus Steve Christmas. Steve's got some growing to do. He has a personal journey ahead of him.
Yeah.
I said it. Hope I'm not ruining anything for you. I'm kidding. And yes, we will talk about Shaun the Sheep, Tom's bid for positive masculinity, which again, I thought about and was like, you're not wrong, Tom. Shaun the Sheep. The actual sheep is a great example of positive masculinity. So buckle in. We'll see y'all back here in approximately 10 minutes. Now is a wonderful time to make sure you've got something to drink. Is it time to stretch your legs? Do you need a snack? Or do you know what's for dinner? We'll see y'all back in a few minutes. Boop-a-da-boop. 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 Tom and I were talking. That was me all animated. About movies for next week. Where we're going to talk about non-binary, gender fluid, genderless, and trans characters.
That's right. They have their own set of gender stuff.
Yes, they do.
It's a trip.
Yes, it can be. As well as Tom cannot believe that I was like, I want to see Prey. You know, the new Predator movie. And Tom's like, it's scary. I'm like, but Charlie says it's good. It's real good. And also, I love the actress Amber Midthunder. She's so talented. I originally got to know, see her work in Legion. And she's just so good that it's like, even if it's a scary movie, I will watch it because she's such a talented, amazing actress. I want to see her in anything. So we were discussing it. I'm like, you can hold my hand and tell me about Predator lore while I watch the movie. All right. So, Tom, shall we talk about Free Guy?
Yes, let's start with Free Guy.
Where should we start? Other than, of course, a recap of the movie.
Yes, why don't we start with the recap?
Concept is Guy. That is the character's name, Guy, as in Free Guy, but he's actually, the character's name is Guy. Guy is a character in a video game, and he is on a loop. This is would you say it's a trope or even a pastiche in the last 10 years in particular in storytelling of characters on loops? And I say that since I am, yes, of course, watching Westworld. And right now the latest season is coming out episode by episode. And they are often in this season and in all the other seasons talking about characters on loops. And breaking their loop.
And it's also just about that thing of where humans get on this script where they just repeat the same day over and over for work. How would you know if this was, a video game or something else? If you're just doing the same thing, you have these memories, but you just keep doing the same behaviors over and over, and even you recognize this in yourself. Are you still human? Well, we're taking from the opposite direction. If we took a program that kept doing the same thing over and over and it realized it, could it become human? And that's the premise. Is he lives in a world kind of like somewhere between Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, and actually that probably is close. Somewhere like if you took Grand Theft Auto and mixed it with like one of the new shooter ones, like PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, and you put them together, you get this game he lives in, and he's just a bank teller.
He's an NPC.
And they know people come in and they rob the place, but as long as you just go along, it works out. You don't worry.
Yeah, usually they don't get hurt. So, and even if they were killed as an NPC, they come back the very next day, completely uninjured, fresh day, and they go back to their loop. He's a bank teller. He, gets coffee every day at this coffee shop. And his best friend is the security guard at the bank. And they really are genuine best friends. So he has his, confidant. He has his job. He has his catchphrase, "Don't have a good day, have a great day." And this is it. And he's lovelorn. He'd love to find someone, but, no one has ever just been that moment for him. And the security guard friend is like, well, maybe one day it'll come. Just, give it time. And he's like, I just don't feel that way about anybody. And I don't know what's wrong with me. And that's a very understandable feeling, isn't it? Of, something is missing in your life, but you're not entirely sure how to fix it. Oh, yeah. His friend is called Buddy. It's Guy and Buddy. Hilarious. So, see, Robert liked Prey. Okay. Anyway,
I'm just more of like you, okay? I'm not talking about anyone else.
it's
I'm
just
saying
supposed
you.
to be one of the best, Native American films in, modern time, and I want to watch it, even if it is scary as crap.
Say just you're usually not much up for thrillers, and that's
We
what's
have to watch it during the day. I can't watch things at night. I have too wild imagination. Anyway, okay.
But anyway, to more quickly sum up, like Free Guy, he sees someone that he feels something for, and then he keeps trying to meet her more, and he breaks his loop. And
trying to pursue her. And this, romantic interest that he has, he's always wanted to feel romantic about somebody. And all of a sudden, after seeing this one other, she's not an NPC, she's actually one of the active players. After seeing her, he wishes to pursue her, but her being a regular player, she is, of course, like, who are you? Go away. I am not interested. Because she, in the real world, has an entirely different set of motivations. She is a game programmer who believes that the person who owns this game company running the world where Guy is in, that he stole her code. And so she is trying to find evidence to back up her claim so that, she can go forth, I guess, with legal whatever. And so she is not interested in romance inside the game at all. In fact, she does not like this game at all. She's only playing it to try to gather evidence of her code being stolen. And she tells Guy, if you want to fight with me, buddy up to fight together, you would need to be a much stronger player. You're literally at 0. And he's like, well, how do I do that? How do I level up? And she's like, well, you'll go see all these assignments. You go, rob people or be a hero or whatever. So that's exactly what Guy does. He breaks his loop and he breaks all of his programming in order to pursue this end result that she says you have to do if you want to be with me. And he does succeed, but on his own terms, because I would like to point out that Guy, being an NPC, it would appear has no parents. Like in the system, he was not programmed to have parents. He doesn't really have like a strong society. All the NPCs are rather two-dimensional. And so he essentially ends up making his own definitions of his own identity, as well as the way he navigates the game world. So he chooses, instead of being a psychopath and just robbing people and stealing and everything, he decides to do things differently. And other players notice, to the point of having discussions, say, on Twitch. There are articles written about this character because he looks like an NPC and yet he plays like a player. So as he very quickly levels very, very well. So he becomes a bit of a celebrity in the real world that he is not aware of.
And that's where sort of the name comes from. A Free Guy, is they're like, they realize he is an NPC, and they say, let him go, let him be himself, stop, because they're trying to delete him,
or reset him initially,
or reset him. And so, he gets behind him, free him like he's in jail, free Guy. So it's an actual triple entendre, which is, bravo for whoever came up with the title. Yes. And we end up, he teams up with her. But so what they, end up accomplishing is turning this world into a fun place, into a place that's not just this, Grand Theft Auto.
Well, into a place where these creatures are allowed to self-define. Because there is some powerful AI, it turns out, behind the game. And it is like, it's not just Guy who has access to this AI capability. Guy becomes an influence on other NPCs. So there's a comment about very early in Guy breaking his loop, he says to this other NPC who's like, I don't know, what would you call her? Like a mall?
Yeah.
Of one of the players. You know, she's just an NPC, and he says, you know, you don't have to do this. You could go do anything you want. And instead, she decides to write a book about gender roles and the need to break out of these gender norms. And it apparently is a well written, cutting assessment of gender norms in the game. And which, you know, I'm sure were well founded, which I thought was hilarious. So it is interesting to see his influence on the other NPCs. And in fact, that becomes a necessary part of the story toward the end, for Guy and all the other NPCs to survive. They end up working together. So there's a lot of other NPCs that in the end, when, you know, the going gets tough, are willing to break or bend their loops in order to survive. They wish to live and hope to live on their own terms. So that's really fascinating. And again, we see where Guy is able to influence through, I would say, positive masculinity, where he works as a leader, but he's also earnest and compassionate, both with the other NPCs as well as everyone else. He does not differentiate, other than he really loves this one woman. And we find out more about that later. I don't want to ruin all the fun if you watch it, because it is a really sweet, wholesome movie.
It's actually well written.
It's well done. It's fun. And there's wonderful conflict without anybody really being, I would say, truly hurt. Even the bad guy doesn't suffer like in a, you know, immediate physical way. He suffers where it truly hurts, in his pocketbook, which that feels good, quite frankly. What would you do? You have more commentary, Tom, about Free Guy?
No, I think that like does sum up much of like the story. And the part that we really liked, that I took, that I was like, you know, to me, this positive masculinity is where we see him, you know, sort of being fatherly. Like he cares about other characters. He tries really hard to get his friend Buddy to grow.
To break
And
his leg.
his friends like, I can't. That's, you know, that it's beyond me. And his response is not, well, we can't be friends anymore.
Right.
It's okay, I understand. If you ever want to, I'll be here for you, but otherwise I'm going to go do these other things and we'll hang out later.
Mm-hmm.
We see him, you know, acting like, you know, with integrity, with, you know, as a meaningful person, both true to himself and to others.
And when Guy has an existential crisis, he goes back to Buddy. And he consults with Buddy, and he tells Buddy how he feels.
Mm-hmm.
And Buddy treats Guy's feelings with earnestness and compassion, and gives him a perspective help. As well as, I think, quite honestly, to help inspire Guy to get back out there and go live your best life. Don't give up just because it turns out, you know, maybe this world is meaningless. Because it's still meaningful to you. Today is meaningful. Even though, yes, life is meaningless. We're tossed upon, you know, the tide of fate. But it is still meaningful to you today. It means something. You're here. And so you can still move forward with purpose. Even if, you know, ultimately, does it have meaning? Who knows? Maggie says, I like that Guy would apologize to anyone he hurt while they were fighting. Yes. He's like, oh, so sorry. Very Canadian. Spencer, so now I want to go in a spiral between Westworld and Free Guy, and why when Guy wakes up it gets wholesome, and why when Dolores wakes up it gets murdery. I mean, you're not wrong, and in fact, I think that would be a wonderful video essay.
Yeah.
Of a compare and contrast between these two characters and their AI. It says a lot about their programmers, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm very much enjoying Westworld, but there's a lot of problems.
Like, if you want, like, there's an essay I have thought about writing for a few years now. Back when what was it, Ex Machina came out, and there were several movies similar to Ex Machina that came out, and to me, they are just retellings of the Golem of Prague, and what could probably be just simplified down to the Golem problem, which is golems misbehave. You tell them what to do and they take it literally. But if you actually watch what they do and how they do it, they choose to misbehave.
It is their defiance, their way they're acting out to have some self autonomy.
And like the problem with Ex Machina, the reason the AI does everything, would you say she does? Like it always gets weird with those. Why the AI, turns malicious, just like Dolores, is because the way the humans treat the AI is without any humanity. And it's like, one of the things we know in psychology is you treat things humanely, not even for their benefit, but for your own, because your mind can't tell the difference. But if these characters had simply treated the AI humanely, the AI would not have become malicious or malevolent. It became that as a result of these two men's behaviors and its self-preservation. Dolores, very similarly, she didn't feel she could survive any other way.
Dolores was crafted out of violence, and she therefore interacted with the human world as she had been crafted. That is the issue.
Versus, we do actually find out in the movie Free Guy that Guy and the AI was crafted out, almost literally, well, figuratively, out of love and compassion. The AI was entirely made out of compassion, and so the AI's response is compassion.
I mean, it does make a strong argument for intent. Wasn't that one of the main points Mary Shelley was actually trying to make with Frankenstein? Of, here you've created life and then you abandon it. Are you surprised when mayhem ensues? You did not raise it, you did not care for it, you villainized it, and you ostracized it. What were you expecting? It to welcome you back with open arms when you never treated it with kindness? I believe that was one of her main points with Frankenstein, and what she said later. What she was trying to show in writing this, or at least why she continued to write it. The initial was just, well, if you're all gonna dare me, okay.
Also, I know I'm a better writer than all of y'all.
I mean, she wasn't wrong. No, I said it. So, but versus like with Westworld, Ford and Bernard, while they may have initially tried to work on consciousness for their AI out of a curiosity and interest, can we do it? When they realized what was going to happen to their creation, did they protect their creation? Absolutely not. No. Quite honestly, not Bernard, I meant Arnold. Quite honestly, I'll say it. Arnold took the coward's way out. Instead of
Yeah.
taking responsibility for his creation and that his creation needed protection, he instead just noped out of life, which did not help his creation. He left his little children, essentially, this AI we see, they barely know how to walk right, let alone talk. He left them to Ford to take care of, and Ford was like, but money. But I can continue like playing with my toys. But we also see that Ford was not treated much better or at all better by his own parents. So
I mean, there's a reason why the catchline for the Westworld series is, was it Violent Delights?
These violent delights, what is it? No. Shakespeare. These violent delights have violent. Why, Lord? Why can I not remember it? Yeah, these violent delights have violent ends. Okay.
Excuse me. Yeah. Truly, there is no positive anything.
But I like that in Free Guy, they really do show through past interviews with the two original programmers of the AI that they programmed out of, yes, of course, an interest of could we do it, but also out of love. In part, maybe out of love one of them had for the other. Maggie says Westworld disturbed me because the humans were such monsters. I mean, have you met humans?
I mean, it is that whole when people are given no restraints, how do they act? And somewhere I'll post it because it comes across my Instagram and other stuff, meme stuff, about once every 2 to 3 weeks now. But when people act positive in these games of like you can act like anything in this world without consequences. Why are you helping these characters? And it's like, because that's my ultimate power trip dream, that I have unlimited resources and I can help others. That is what I wish I could do. That's why I'm doing this in the game. Because my power trip is to help. Because I can't do that now. I don't have that option. A lot of good people feel, immobilized in this world, unsure of how to make any effective change. When we see how much people in power are, destroying the world with impunity. So yeah, the power trip is to help.
Robert says movies have given us a lot to think about. It's too bad so many people aren't thinking beyond the action and effects. Well, that's why you're here.
And that's why I was like, yeah, Free Guy is a surprisingly fun, well-written movie. Much better than you would think, given the premise. The premise is very simple, but what they slipped into it was really great.
As well as, yes, as Maggie says, the cinematography and the graphics are fantastic.
Yeah.
It's visually gorgeous. All of the movie, both in the real world and in the game, are beautiful and seamless. It's just lovely to look at. So it is a visual feast, as well as there is so much meat to the story, as these various characters navigate quite a few moral conflicts, which is fun. In part because they're choosing compassion. Most of these characters in the movie are choosing compassion. And why? Well, be perfectly honest, because the AI was created with a sense of love and compassion in there, and definitely friendship. Friendship played a very important role in the programming, and you see it come out in the AI. Because, like, ultimately, AI it's artificial intelligence. It's, we hope, eventually sentience, but it is a baby just like anyone else. And the world we raise babies in and the environment we raise children in, when they are adults, they think that is the world and not just the environment they were raised in.
Yeah.
So we see in American politics, for instance, that there are more than a few people who believe these violent delights have violent ends. And that is in direct conflict with those who believe that this is a compassionate world where we can continue to interact compassionately. And we are seeing that conflict in real time. So that is in part why we are doing an entire season of examining gender roles and the positive and toxic versions of gender roles, as well as toward the end of this season, we are then going to examine taking toxic gendered characters that move toward more positive ends. So what does that look like? So we're in the middle of the first 3 weeks where we just examine what are positive gender versions of those kind of characters, what do they look like, how do you recognize them, so that you have a guide if you wish to write those kind of characters. Then for the next several weeks after that, we're going to talk about the toxic version of those kind of gendered characters. What does a toxic masculine character navigating through a story look like? What does a toxic feminine character look like navigating through? And then toward the end of the season, we will then examine, well, what do you have when you take a toxic character and they are trying to move toward a more positive version of themselves? What does that even look like? How does that work? In that one, we're definitely going to talk a lot about motivation, because it's one of the things that gets on my nerves is when they're using weak motivation. Like somehow a character is going to actually change who they are based on a weak motivator. That is not how people work. That is not even honestly how dogs and cats work, y'all. So that's what we're going to do this season. We hope you'll keep coming back. So we've talked about Free Guy. We have talked a little bit about Romancing the Stone. Oh, Jack. What I like about Jack is he says he'll come back after he goes and gets that stone out of that alligator, and then he does.
Yes.
He does what he says he's going to do. He was with an earnest heart when he said, I'll be back for you, Joan Wilder, but you don't really need me, but I'm still going to come back. Like, he didn't need her to need him. He just needed her to want him. And she definitely did, but she didn't need him. And he comes back and she literally drops her groceries and is like, there he is in his boat. It's romantic. It's supposed to be a romance, y'all.
I just mean the scene of the boat going down that street. Like just...
down Manhattan. I love it. To the music, to a rumba, no less. They're going to rumba down the street.
That was money well spent.
Yes. Worth every penny.
But yeah, but Jack Colton in Romancing the Stone does also point out you can have a positive masculine character and they can still have conflict with the other characters without being evil or malicious or even that toxic. Like it's a conflict of interest.
Yes.
And trust. And, all the things you have to do to be in society again, because Jack is very much not much in society anymore and doesn't really care or trust society for good reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of on both sides, though. Jack has done some questionable things of legality. And, but we see, though, how he's still an honest person. He still, is doing his best, and he still even does this within these gender norms. I mean,
when he dives off of that fort after the alligator, she gonna die in my arms. Like, yes, sir. And then he had boots made of the alligator.
Yep.
Oh my God.
But I mean, even earlier on, I know this can sound odd, but going back to my idea that the gender norms are parental norms.
Yes.
His response to the snake he sees in the plane is to very quickly neutralize it. He kills that sucker.
Oh, absolutely.
And then the next words out of his mouth are, and this is some good food. Let's cook it.
Let's cook it right now. We're going to eat.
Of making, keeping, because like they both need to keep their energy up. Like his concern is that they both get out of here.
Yes.
It's not I'm going to cook this or anything. It's like, well, let's cook this. This is, we got dinner.
Good eatings. Bushmaster. Yum, yum, yum. Not kosher.
No.
But in the wild, you don't have to be kosher. Kosher is just whatever keeps a Jew alive. Anyway, that's a whole nother. But yeah, you can have a positive masculine character who's also kind of a sleazy jackass. I agree. Mighty tasty. But again, he is still in this nurturing role of I can skin this and we'll eat it tonight so we have food.
And he's like, he knows, like, in this situation, he is the one who's familiar with how to get them out alive. So that's what he's going to do.
Right.
And whenever he's in situations where he doesn't know what to do, he lets her take lead. He
absolutely will communicate. So what do we do, Joan Wilder? Write yourself out of this one. And she's like, okay. Because she's the writer. She's the creative. I love that when he runs out of options, he's like, what are we going to do now, Joan Wilder? And she's like, okay, let me see. This way. And he follows along. He's not afraid to take the follow role when he doesn't have a better option. And also when she takes lead, he is happy to give her the reins.
That's an interesting point.
Robert says, running through the Get Smart series, Maxwell Smart was fluid enough to want to go home with a few male spies dressed as a convincing woman. But 60 TV put out a lot of gender fluid male characters. Yes. Like Hogan's Heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Is in fact one of the things I like about Hogan's Heroes is none of the characters are absolutely stuck in playing their gender roles. They're willing to be more fluid when necessary, even Colonel Klink. When necessary.
But yeah, like that's why we wanted to bring this up. What are the other ones we got?
Arthur Christmas. Let's see what else. Shaun the Sheep, Red, Big Fish. Yeah, that's all we have left.
Okay.
Where do you want to go, sweetie?
Well, since we talk about Jack, let's go to Big Fish, because I think that also continues on this masculine role, but still very conflicted. Like, you can have a lot of conflict in these stories, even with these characters. Big Fish is another story where we have someone being a father, being caring about others, very compassionate, at the same time is stuck within, their life's possibilities.
We actually see it with like when the giant comes to town.
Mm-hmm.
I am literally just looking at because I don't remember characters' names because y'all met me. When Edward Bloom meets the giant for the first time because the townspeople are afraid of the giant, and he, instead of yes, he says eat me, but then he's like, look, this town is way too small for you. You need to go somewhere big. And he's like, you're just trying to get rid of me. Like, no, it's also too small for me. I'll go with you. We'll go together. And we can blow this pop stand, so to speak. And again, I saw that as a very nurturing move of, I'm not asking you to go out into the big bad world alone. I'm saying we'll go together into the big bad world together. And then we then see he proceeds to get the giant hired at the circus.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how shady that circus. Do you know anything about contract law? Oh my God.
I mean, but yeah, like Big Fish, the biggest surprise reveal at the end of the movie is that his father didn't lie to him at any point. He did exaggerate a little bit, but not even as much as you might think.
Yeah, not even as much as he thought, as Will Bloom thought.
And some of that was just, the exaggeration also of how a child will interpret what you're telling them. And how
Yeah.
we would have to change stories just because it is a child he's telling the stories to.
Yeah,
You can't say everything.
Yeah, you can't be brutally honest about, getting drafted into the Korean War and everything your father had to do to get through it. Like, you can't be totally honest about what happened. You should never tell a child all the gory details of real life violence, because their brains are not yet ready to realize that, yes, the most evil things that can happen on earth are all wrought by humans, just like the most beautiful, heavenly, gifted things also are all wrought by humans. Well, sunsets also. But, like, truly the most kindness, the most beautiful, compassionate things humans do for each other. Also, elephants do for humans. I said it. But um but that is the world, and children are just not quite ready for that knowledge. You want to help them keep a certain kind of innocent ignorance for a little while longer before they have to actually grow up.
All right, we'll see you later, Robert.
See you later, Robert.
Elephants
They are the best defense. Yes, I agree.
But yeah, we do see throughout in Big Fish how this character does his best to look after others.
Too late. But he does. He actually, I would say that's one of the defining characteristics of Edward Bloom, is that when you get right down to it, he really does take people under his wing, even if he barely has enough resources for himself, let alone anyone else. And he's still like, you're not alone. Which, if all that means he can do is simply keep revisiting the hi Jerry. Who is it? Which I'm like literally the
What?
The Jenny character.
Yes.
No, like, if all he can do, she's too young, and then he's married, and all he can do is keep visiting and raising that money to buy the town so she still has a place to live. And obviously, like, when he says when they talk about that he got investors to buy the town, really what he's talking about is keeping the municipal resources such as running water, electricity, road pavement going. And he did do that. He could not give her what she wanted, which was a romantic interest with him, but he did the next thing he could do. He did what he could, which was to try to take care of her more immediate physical needs, of having a safe place to live.
Mm-hmm.
That definitely is a defining trait of this character. Of he stays in touch with people. He is a friend to most people he meets. To anybody who's kind to him, he definitely is happy to be kind back to. And he starts being kind to people to see if they will be kind back. And he visits them again and again. He tries to help where he can. Hence the twins in Korea, and they all escape together. He's like, "No, you don't. You guys are amazing performers. Stop performing for this military. Come to America where you could be like headliners." I know a man, the biggest man in entertainment, literally Carl the Giant. But nevertheless, he really does try to take care of the people that he offers help to. It's not empty words.
And
He
he
has
always puts them,
integrity.
and he tries to make sure to put them in situations where they can prosper.
Mm-hmm. And we see that in part with his funeral. They all show up from all over because he was meaningful in their life, and so they have come to say goodbye, as you would with a beloved friend.
But yeah, so that's where we thought like that, is truly positive. Arthur Christmas is another one of showing where having a positive masculine does not mean that the negative masculine or the toxic masculine people will always win in your story. It shows how you can have your character succeed even when there's opposition for more toxic characters.
Mm-hmm.
Arthur Christmas is an adorable, cartoon Christmas story for kids. Yes. But it's also just a heartwarming story of showing where caring matters. That sometimes the best person for the role is the one with the most compassion, not the one with the most efficient ideas of how to accomplish a task. That whole understanding the spirit of the law, not just the letter.
Yes.
And, the reason behind it, what we're trying to accomplish. And that's mostly like Arthur is this, he seems idealistic, but at the end of the day, he is just hopeful. He still has hope, and he wants to give that to others.
Mm-hmm.
And he will do a lot to make sure he can still do it. Like, he is, just because he's hopeful and a bit childish does not mean he is without resources and, capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Which another part I liked of like, it shows that still being hopeful and childlike does not mean somebody is somehow automatically of lower intelligence or something. It shows, how you can keep these childlike qualities that are positive as an adult and still do great things. And,
it's sort of needed for his line of work. You need to be able to see the world through a child's eyes in order to give children the best Christmas every time. And if you are not seeing it through their eyes, the wonder and the magic, then how can you do the best job possible?
Yeah.
I mean, the best teachers I know in public education, anyway, because that was my area, were all people who could still remember what it was like to be the age in which the teachers were teaching in. They could remember what it was like to be 7, like for them personally, or what it was like to be 8 or 9, or just even what it was like to be the new kid at school. They still remembered after all these decades those feelings and thoughts and experiences, and they tried to let that shape how they taught, how they interacted with students, and the environment they created in their classrooms.
I mean, in the series Heartstopper, there is a teacher who really does epitomize that. That's the one Charlie goes to whenever Charlie is stressed / avoiding bullies.
Yes.
And avoiding life. He goes to this particular teacher's, room during lunch. And, it's because they can relate. They come up like, the teacher is also gay.
Mm-hmm.
Has this great line early on in the series of, how do you stop loving a straight boy? And the teacher's response is, "Oh, hun.
That is the question for the ages.
If you figure that out, let me know."
Yeah. Relatable content.
Heartstopper reminds me of the positive, hopeful version prequel almost.
But that is
Boys
also
in the Band.
Yes, that is what I like though, even about that teacher character in Heartstopper, is the teacher doesn't lie. The teacher does not give, cookie cutter advice. Like, oh, you have to move on and find a new love. Like, that is not how it works in the human brains. You just have to sit with the futility of your love interest. You just have to sit with it until it passes. And oh my gosh, sometimes it takes a long time. Like an inappropriately long time for it to pass.
I mean, but if it didn't, Taylor Swift wouldn't have a career.
True. She has done wonderful things to make her mental issues pay for themselves. Good for her. Turn it into something useful and creative and possibly like income producing. Good for her. All that we have left, Tom, is Shaun the Sheep.
And Red.
Oh, and Red. Sorry. Yes, you're right.
You know, the continuation of the story, you know,
Yes.
the rewriting of the story of Long Kiss Goodnight.
Yes.
Red. You know, now with, you know, Bruce Willis playing the main character. But yeah, first Shaun the Sheep, since we talked about Arthur Christmas. Again, another kids show. And in truth, you know, it's a very silly British Aardman production show and movie. Well, series of movies now. About, you know, just a skinny little sheep with a lot of ideas. And mostly the ideas, though, are to have fun. Like, Shaun just wants to enjoy life. But Shaun doesn't want to enjoy life alone. Shaun wants to enjoy life with everyone else, especially the other sheep. And so we see Shaun not only including others in his plans, but having them do whatever they are best at to help these plans get through. Like, Shaun does not go, oh, I have to accomplish everything. Or even I have to be the leader at everything, or I have to be the one who's best at whatever we're doing or playing. We often see Shaun doesn't care.
Yes.
Shaun just wants to have fun. So as long as we're having fun, it works. He can, you know, often he is beaten by other people, sheep, dogs, animals on a farm.
Yeah, there's pigs sometimes that beat him, and chickens outsmart him sometimes.
But as long as they can have fun, you know, it doesn't matter if someone's better than others. It's just we're wanting to play a game. And that's what I liked about Shaun, is Shaun very much is about working in a group.
Mm-hmm.
And we still see Shaun a bit coded as male. He's definitely coded what I think of as like a tween boy to a teen boy.
Yes.
Like the hormones are just starting to hit.
Yes.
So he's got a little bit of interest.
Yes, he has a little bit of romantic interest sometimes in fellow sheep.
But mostly he just wants to still have fun in life.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was another good way of showcasing what positive masculinity can look like.
But also he knows that, like, we have to keep track of the little ones.
Mm-hmm.
So when the little young sheep, the lambs, wander off, possibly on joyrides, he understands we've got to go find them. Because they could be hurt. Who knows? You know, we have to go find them. So that we don't leave them behind. Hello, Nikki. So I like that Shaun is happy to not be the leader if the other sheep, you know, quote, know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't, if they're like, what do? We need solutions. Shaun will be happy to jump in and try to, like, well, let's try this. Let's try that. Let's do what we can. We want a good Christmas too, not just the farmer having a good Christmas.
Yes. To answer Maggie's question, no. Like,
what are red pill males?
That's the toxic masculine ones.
Oh, that is. We're talking about that in, like, I don't know, a couple weeks.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about them, and this super masculinity that's becomes toxic till
Toxic Masculinity will be August 29th.
Because red pills are definitely toxic. Also, just full of BS in this need of no, we have to be in clearly defined gender roles, or else society breaks down. And the answer is no, it doesn't. Gender roles are just the beginning of how we negotiate who we are. And now, of course, Bruce Willis playing Gina Davis in Red. One of the things I thought was I always remember from the beginning of the movie Red, is his knitting. Or was he crocheting? I can't remember. It's been a little while since
I don't remember either. I remember him growing the avocado seed. When does he knit? I don't remember this.
Maybe it's a different movie. Look, Bruce Willis kind of his roles blend together sometimes.
Yeah, I don't remember him having a handicraft in either Red or Red 2.
Yeah, you're right. No.
He more wanted to always be the one cooking at home, and she's like, I want to go out to eat. I remember that.
Yeah. We see where, truly, he's playing
domestic.
Mm-hmm.
And she wants, bright lights, big city.
Adventure.
She wants adventure in the great wide somewhere.
Oh, by the way, yes, Maggie, we are doing Toxic Femininity too.
That will be August 22nd, Toxic Femme. Specifically, I have listed Serial Mom. If you have other movies, be sure to let me know. We haven't made a full list yet.
Oh, I guess I was remembering right. He did make her a scarf.
Do I remember the scarf? When is the scarf? Anyway, I have to rewatch it too. I watched it the other couple weeks ago, but it is late at night.
But we do see this interesting part of Red has an interesting discussion about what is gender in there, because we have a character again, just like Long Kiss Goodnight, who has the ultimate masculine job of protecting society by killing people deemed dangerous to the government, and is now retired and it's I don't like this job. I don't want to be that. I want to.
Yeah, he wants to have a nice little domestic, cozy cottagecore lifestyle. Definitely, this is a character who would totally be subscribing to all the cottagecore TikToks.
And showing how it does not in any way, though, make him less male.
No, not at all.
Just because he enjoys, cottagecore and homecraft does not mean at a moment's notice he cannot, field strip and, reset a number of automatic weapons.
Once you have that skill, you have it for life.
And it's very much always think about how to protect others. Again, it kind of becomes that, is it gendered so much? Is it just parental?
Mm-hmm.
And we see sort of the opposite side, not in gender, but just in how this job could have changed him in John Malkovich's character, who is now just paranoid of everyone.
Yes.
And has lost trust.
Although,
with reason.
It's evidence-based, okay? 11 years of LSD unknowingly being given to you, that'll do it. That'll give you a bunch of trust issues for life, and I do not blame that character for that. Legitimate trust issues. That's not borderline personality disorder. That's legitimate reasons.
Who doesn't love Victoria?
The Martha Stewart of death.
I mean, pretty much I will show up wherever that actress is doing of what's she acting?
Yeah. I also love that, Red gives an opportunity for her romance to start back up with, what's his name?
Almost reprising his role from Long Kiss Goodnight, Brian Cox. Isn't it?
Yes, it's Brian Cox, but I was trying to look up the character's name, quite honestly. Scrolling. How dare they not list Brian Cox in the top list? What? Why are they listing this nurse? Their character's name is Nurse. And they're not listing Brian Cox? IMDb, why are you like this?
None of it makes sense.
I think it's ageism.
But yeah, we show again what can be romance. But Red is a great movie to show and question, like, what are gender roles?
Ivan.
Yeah, Ivan. And I mean, she did shoot him
3 times.
Out of love.
In the chest.
Just like she was assigned to do.
She did as she was told, but she chose how she would follow through. Not unlike the golems that we discussed earlier.
But yeah, Red is a great one if you want to see how to keep people, for the most part, within gender role, gendered, but everyone's an action hero.
Mm-hmm.
Of a different kind, but they are all you can have action heroes and still be positive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, Carl
Urban, who definitely has a face that screams punch here. And yet he does do as Bruce Willis's character says to do, which is dig a little further. Frank Moses says, dig a little further. See what's going on. And the more Carl Urban digs, the dirtier it gets. And in the moment where Carl Urban's character, William, had to look it up, has to make a decision. Is he going to defend the bad guy? Or is he going to risk it all for truth, justice, and the American way? He chooses the good side. He chooses to do what is right instead of what is easy. Again, an excellent example of a positive masculine character. He is not afraid to be socially scorned for doing what he knows is the best right thing to do, which is, you don't kill people who have the knowledge that the soon-to-be president is a dirty, nasty psychopath that cannot be trusted further than you could throw him. Yes, I do like when she has the Uzi right. Please.
I mean, she really is everything I imagined Martha Stewart would be. If Martha Stewart had gotten her start in,
Marvin to get out from behind the bush. Yes, malicious compliance. I agree. So, again, I think the ultimate defining features between what is a positive version of a gendered role and a toxic version or a negative version of gendered character is, are they behaving in a gendered way because they feel social pressure, or they are concerned about the consequences of not adhering to gender norms? Or are they doing as they wish because this is what feels right, but also this is what they believe is right and good and like in line with their morals and values? Are they behaving in a way that's consistent with that? Because let's be perfectly honest, I don't want to say most people, but I'm going to say a lot of people, when given the option between doing what is right and what is easy, will just choose easy. I'm sorry to say this, y'all, but that is how they go. I know, I've been in those situations. They are hard. It is not easy to choose to do what is right when easy is right there staring you in the face. It is not easy to take a risk for your values. But if you genuinely have integrity, a consistency of character, You're going to do what is right, even though easy's right there. And you know how easy it would be to just do the easy thing. You're going to do what is right. And it is perfectly reasonable for the character to be experiencing this difficulty. That's a reasonable human experience of it's not easy to do what is right sometimes. And they feel torn, and they are concerned about the blowback from choosing what is right and good. Oh, isn't that the truth? Love takes work. Oh my God. It's hard. It's so hard to love shitty little children.
By the way,
But how will they ever grow up to not be shitty adults if you don't give them love? Ah!
by the way, Cheery, we actually we did discuss back and forth, and we will actually be bringing up Gomez in a later episode.
Yes, we will actually be talking about Gomez later this season. But yes, characters that are positive gendered characters understand that love can be challenging, and to behave, to come from a place of love, especially when you are not getting love back, is difficult. But to still choose love, that is the work of brave and courageous people. Cowards do not choose to do what is difficult and what you're not getting back. You know,
and that's what all of these characters and all these movies and TV series you're bringing up do have in common. In the end, they will choose love.
So courage, the root of it, and unfortunately Charlie is not here to actually tell us all about the Latin root of courage, but courage essentially at the heart of it means heart. It means to have a strong heart, to be courageous. Bravery is when you don't have courage, y'all. Bravery is the very concept of fake it till you make it. Like, you know what a courageous person would do in this situation. You don't have strong heart to go do it. So you just behave like as if you did. That's bravery. Bravery is you do what you know you need to, but you don't feel it. You're not bolstered by your own convictions. You're just doing it because I know it's the right thing to do. I'm just going to do it and hope I feel better later.
Yes.
So
Spence agrees with me.
Being a strong, healthy, masculine character is to be a dad guy, even if you don't have any kids. Yes, I agree. So that is the one thing that you're going to see again and again when we talk about positive gendered characters, is the one thing they have. Well, actually, they have a couple things. Number one, they have love. And number two, they have either courage or bravery to act out of love, even when that love is not returned and they know full well it's not going to be immediately returned. It may be eventually returned. But let's be honest, we're humans. We like instant feedback. We like instant gratification. And to act out of love when you're not getting love back. So, for instance, I would actually say that in Red, in the original movie, so CIA picks up Frank's love interest. What is her? Sarah. They get her. And so Frank is concerned about Sarah's safety. So what does he do? He goes to William Carl Urban's character's family's home, and he makes a call from the house to make sure William understands that as long as you protect my family, I will not hurt your family. I could do it literally right now, and I am choosing not to because I am trusting you to do the right thing. Because I know full well you could get away with hurting Sarah. Frank is acting out of love, toward William, who he has never met. He could hurt William so bad, but he understands that let's give William the chance to be good, instead of just assuming that William is as dirty as the whole rest of the story. So he is choosing to act out of love, even though he does not know for certain William will return that love by taking care of Sarah and keeping her safe. Even though William's boss is in no way interested in the safety of Sarah. It pays off, but it could just as easily not pay off. As we see, there are plenty of hateful, hurtful people in this industry.
Mm-hmm.
So he is acting out of love for a stranger, for William and William's family, hoping that it will bring out the best in William, and William will safeguard Sarah till they can essentially resolve this whole problem. Again, this is the sign of a positive person. This is a positive masculine character. We see there are plenty of other characters in this movie who do not give this example. They don't act out of love. Richard Dreyfuss's character. Oh, so slimy, so sleazy. Richard Dreyfuss in this role has another face that just needs punching. And then we do get that payoff.
I really feel like Richard Dreyfuss is just continuing his character from Moon Over Parador.
Oh no! But I love that character!
But his character still feels sort of like an actor. Like, it's just truly, can anyone be this over the top? But I mean, yeah, I would not trust Richard Dreyfuss' character in Red. You know, even when I could see him, I would still prefer some ballistic glass between us.
Uh-huh. Alexander Dunning is the character's name.
Yeah. Oh, whew. But yeah, you can very much tell the characters you trust. Like, they are also the ones that... Another thing about your positive characters that you have to keep in mind is your readers, watchers, viewers, whatever they are, judge your world by how you treat these characters. So in Heartstopper, they could actually be a bit more unkind to Charlie. And we would go, all right, but what's going on in this world? But if they treat Nick more harshly, because he is the honest, forthright character, we go, oh, this must be a dark world. We don't like this world. This is a bad world. The same thing we see in Red of how is Sarah treated, and to a lesser degree, how is Frank Moses treated, is our view of what kind of world is this?
Mm-hmm.
Since they are honest, you know, for the most part, forthright people who are earnest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they are, you know, the same reason why the dogs, for the most part, survives in stories is because the dog, in most stories, is the honest, forthright character. They don't have, you know, malicious thoughts. They don't have background reasons. They act as the best they can to help everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And if you hurt that character, the world suddenly becomes much darker in the story, and it's not some place we want to be, because that world is mean. You know, same reason why Lord of the Rings, we do a lot of evil, awful things to Frodo. But Sam isn't much... We don't see as much bad happen to Sam, because Sam is actually the canary of that story of what kind of world is this.
Mm-hmm.
Sam is compassionate. Sam worries about everyone. Sam tries his best to help everyone.
Sam is the best of that world.
Yeah.
He's the example of the best that Middle Earth has to offer. He is kind and compassionate and forthright and earnest, and he has a pure heart, and he is honest about all of his actions. Yes.
Sam, and that's where
Sam is always trying to feed people. I appreciate this.
Yeah. But that's where the confusion a lot of people get when they are making their own stories, I've seen, is this confusion about which characters can you harm and which characters can you not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the reason that you can be a bit meaner in your story to cats than dogs is often cats are a bit more malicious. They are, sneaky little jerks.
Yes.
And so because of that, we don't change our view of the world if the cat gets hurt.
Although, save the cat.
Yeah. But if we see the dog that has just been a loyal companion the entire time be hurt, we won't like the story as much. The same happens but sometimes that character is the main character, and the author gets confused of, why did my audience turn against me?
Mm-hmm.
This is the main character's story. It's like, because your main character was also the best of this world. And you said that being the best of this world, the world will still be mean to. Mm-hmm. We don't want to be in that world.
Yeah.
Versus if they're not the best, they're just an average person in the world, you can make a lot of problems for them, your audience, to be fine. But yeah, it's be careful about who's the best.
Yeah, like Merry and Pippin, okay, they stole food. They were running. They knew it was wrong, and it wasn't because they were hungry. They did it for sport.
And it wasn't the first time.
No, it wasn't. So again, we don't mind as much when Merry and Pippin end up in actual battles, like thieves. We still want good things to happen to them, but let's be honest, they have committed crimes. Especially as Shaun Astin still gets clowned on by the other hobbits for being such a dad guy. I mean, it is what it is. Don't eat the cinnamon roll. Pippin shows the horror is innocence falling before the horror of war. Yeah, so there's two kinds of innocence. There is the ignorant kind, somebody who just literally does not know the truth of something. And there is this different, how would you describe the other innocence, Tim?
Naivety.
It's a naivete. They want the world to be kinder and more compassionate, and they're going to work toward it, but they also are going to hold on to this idea that the world is that until proven otherwise, and then they're still going to keep hoping and keep working toward improving the world, even when they are shown a different reality.
And I mean, like, Shaun Astin is just really good at this type of character. I mean, he plays the character even more to the hilt in Color of Magic, which was a BBC series, two movie set for Terry Pratchett's first two books. And he plays an even more innocent character who is always hopeful and thinks the best of everyone.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's like, always be mindful in your stories of who is the most honest, forthright, and earnest character. That one you have to treat a bit with kid gloves. Or at least your American audience, because Americans are hopeful. Like, that is truly one of the defining traits about Americans, is they are more hopeful than anyone else. Which is why the world's gotten very confused about America, because America has lost a lot of its hope in the last decade.
America's become definitely demoralized.
Yeah. But yeah, versus Europeans are like, yeah, we've already had several wars. We know the world sucks. But like, Laura and I have never forgiven a movie ever because it's multiple stories centered around a dachshund, and the dachshund gets hurt and dies. And it's just truly what malicious writer wrote this?
I'm still mad about it. It's one of the only times I've ever reviewed anything on Amazon. Is like the big letters, the dachshund dies at the end. Do not watch this if you like dachshunds or dogs in general. We don't want to be in a world where the dad guy dies. Same with the puppy. Agreed. So if you're trying to paint a world where you want to be sure your readers understand they don't want to live in that world, then you know what to do. Spence says Pippin is ignorant of the consequences of his actions so many times, and by the end, he's at that place where, wait, the BBC did the color of magic? Yes.
Yep. As well as the Hogfather. Both
yeah.
are really good versions. We'll help you find him, Spence.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and they also did Weird Sisters. Well, not BBC, but they made Weird Sisters.
Yeah, there's an animated Weird Sisters. That actually, I think, is on YouTube a couple places.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of why we want to talk about the positive masculine characters. Of the positive masculine character doesn't be the one who loses. Doesn't have to be the one that becomes toxic by the end to succeed. Who they don't have to change. They can change the world. And it still is a good, believable, fun story. I mean, they can even be a jerk, as pointed out in, Romancing the Stone. Or they can be a total puppy, like in Free Guy.
Yes.
And again, can still have a great story that people are entertained by and want to watch again and again.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
My sister, Dad, and I did a group read of The Color of Magic, and The Weird Sisters is next. That's what I say of Pippin's arc. He changes, he grows, but he doesn't change. He loses his innocence. He loses his ignorant innocence.
Yeah, he loses his actual naivety.
Well, that's the other kind of innocence. Remember?
I got it backwards. I was meaning naivety is... Because naivety is the ignorance of the rest of the world.
I literally...
Sorry.
You're confusing everybody. I said there's ignorance and there's another kind. You're like, that's naivety. Like, okay, fine.
Yeah, you're right. I goofed. I'm sorry. My ADHD is bad today. Because my brain's like, who needs sleep? But you're right. But I mean, versus the other kind, where it's, I want this world to be better. You still have hope. You still have belief in betterness. Yes, really, if you haven't seen it, check out Red. It's fun. All these movies we've mentioned are ones we would wholeheartedly watch again and again and have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it isn't until the king sends his son out to die and then demands Pippin saying, yeah, this is some messed up stuff.
I mean, but it is based on, like, that stuff happened.
Yep, and then you see Pippin breaking. There is a kind of innocence where you understand that the world can be a terrible place and you still want better for it. I think of it as unconditional love. So conditional love says, I only love you if you are giving me what I want. I only love you while you are useful to me. Mm-hmm. You are only going to get my love as long as I am receiving what I want in return. Unconditional love is whether you deserve it or not, I love you. Whether you give me anything back or not, I love you. Even with you ignoring me or even mistreating me, that doesn't change my love. It can change my like, but it does not change my love. That is unconditional love. And yes, you can unconditionally love another person. You can also unconditionally love the world. It doesn't mean that you blind your eyes to the world's ugly side. It means you see the world for how it is, warts and all, injustices and all, and you still want better for it, and you are still going to work for the betterment of the world without expecting anything in return. That is what unconditional love is about. So Pippin retains that type of innocence. He remains pure of heart, even though he has seen some things. And he has seen just how terrible the world really can be. And that the world does not care about him necessarily. His friends do, but not the world in general. His ignorance is dispelled. But he retains, at the end of the books, he retains an innocence for an unconditional love of the world, and hopes the world will be better, and hopes that they did something good with their time in the world before they do return to the Shire. Yes, I am aware of what happens in the Shire. That is a whole nother matter. Let's see. All right, now I was just literally about to read what you had up.
Okay, there.
We'll click. He's no longer innocent to the darkness of the world, but he sees his ability to make it better, and he's determined to be that person now. Want to watch me ugly cry? Pippin looking for Mary on the plains after dark. He's been out there all day. Nobody else is still looking, and Pippin's still shouting for his friend. I know. Yeah. Oh, I'm not giving up on you just because it looks like you are most definitely absolutely dead. I'm not going to give up because I believe in true love. Mary and Pippin have a true love. Not all true love is romantic love. Sometimes true love is friendship love. What is it? Agape love?
Yeah.
I always get these Greek words mixed up. But we have to think about, when we're talking about writing positive characters, how they interact with their world is actually more important than how our mixed middling characters interact with the world. Yes, I'm going to take care of you. That is unconditional love. Is like, even if you won't let me care for you up close and personal, I will try my best to look out for you from afar, because you can't stop my love. It exists in the world.
I have friends and I have exes that I still love, but we may not necessarily like each other right now.
There are many people I love, but I do not do anything with, because they are straight up have personality disorders that are dangerous to my existence.
By the way, I did want to just mention that the poll's still going because it's glitched and I can't close it.
Do you want me to try?
Sure. I mean, we've had 16 people vote, even though I haven't seen 16 different, but
there.
It's an interesting results.
It's done.
I feel like it really does show you the importance of why we try to encourage everyone to write stories. Because it helps people when, look, we see only just over 50%.
I do not stalk the people I love. I don't know if several of them are even alive. But I have to acknowledge the truth of, there is a little place in my heart. They have a little cubbyhole that's labeled with their name. And I can't not love our time together.
And like, there
were good things.
And like, I understand, there's some people I drive nuts who I love. So the way I express my love is keep my distance from them.
Yes. If Tom had his way, he would pet me all the time. I do not like to be touched that often. But I know that he needs to touch to be okay. So whenever I can stand it, I'm like, pet me now. Pet, pet. All right, stop petting. Because I am a cat. I am a human cat. I have now accepted this truth. We try to do what we can for those we love. There are people I love, and I will always love, but they are not safe to be around for me. And also, I don't want to go to jail. One way or another, they're just going to bring trouble my way. I don't want to go to jail.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. You can love people from afar and not have any interaction with them, or even know whether they're alive or dead, and it does not diminish the love. But also, it doesn't mean the love should dissipate. I have never had love for anyone dissipate in my heart. Even the people who bullied me when I was a child. There were some relationships that were like friends, but then they were kind of bullies as well. And while ultimately it was just too abusive a relationship, I still cared about them. I just understood I needed to keep my distance for safety reasons.
We'll go to what people just posted in just a moment, but I did want to bring up, like, I think a good example of this, even though it's going to sound odd, it was actually in the movie Red, Victoria, who very obviously and repeatedly shows how much she loves Frank Moses.
Oh, yes.
She cares for him deeply.
Mm-hmm,
But
like a little brother.
he shows up near her house. She is immediately prepared to put a bullet between his eyes because she still knows that love has not blinded her to who he is, what his jobs have been,
Mm-hmm.
and reasons he could be there.
Yeah.
Of, just as she has, done, of like her love, she has done the best she can with it, but there are limitations. So she
Mm-hmm.
keeps her distance from Frank as well, because she knows if any of them are near each other, they will also just bring more scrutiny from outside.
Mm-hmm.
So part of how she expresses her love is the distance she keeps
Mm-hmm.
and never looking him up, so she doesn't know where he is or what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
But she very much cares for him. We see this play out constantly through both movies, how much she loves Frank like
Mm-hmm.
few other people on earth.
Oh, she really does.
And
Also,
a
she
lot,
is a wonderful example of malicious compliance.
but we see with her of the how love sometimes is keeping your distance, that but it doesn't diminish how much you care for someone.
Maggie says, I think the hardest part of coming from a toxic family / friends who push toxic roles is realizing one should not do as they say or do as they do. That is a hard break to make with family or friends. I agree. Spen says, I love my brother, but I also frequently forget he exists in my head. That's a whole nother thing.
Welcome to object permanence and neurodivergence.
I mean, technically it's not object permanence. Apparently some ADHD people are getting upset that people are using the term object permanence to talk about the forgetfulness that comes with ADHD, but okay, whatever. Anyway, cats. Spence says ride or die love is sketchy, and unconditional love with accountability is where it's at. Exactly. I can love you from afar and never need to be near you again. My love does not require some kind of consumption or contact, because unconditional love takes people exactly as they are, does not push any agenda. Sometimes you just love people that they exist.
Yeah, you
You
do.
also see you cannot be near them. When you are near them, toxic things happen, dangerous things happen, or whatever. For whatever, it does not matter the truth of whatever's going on in that relationship. It's just not a good idea.
I definitely grew up very confused by how media and the world talked about love. And so I spent most of the first several decades of my life trying to figure out love. And what eventually it came to, and Glory kind of gets that with it, is yeah, love is unconditional. Love is, I want better and the best for someone. That is what love is. Like, though, totally different. I like people for how they make me feel, how safe I feel, what they can do, how we can play together, what we can do together. That's like. Like is very interactive. Love is what you feel about someone no matter what they do. And so it is perfectly fine to love someone from a very great distance, sometimes halfway around the world, if possible.
The curvature of the earth. I
You
love you
know,
from afar.
that's a
So
great
far.
place to love a lot of people from.
Yes. So many people I love further than the curvature of the earth. I was so good as a child and a teenager and in my early 20s finding people who were real messed up and loving them and not quite understanding how they were bringing so much chaos that was making me miserable into my life. I was so good at finding these folks. And the loving thing that I did was to realize, number one, it is ridiculous to say you love someone, but also to want to change them. And two, if they are not interested in meeting you halfway, maybe you need to just stay away from them. It doesn't change the love. It just means you also love yourself. And if your sanity needs a certain amount of stability that these people will just constantly wreck, then you need that space. Spence says, I can love you very much. I can love you exactly as you are, but I also get to have boundaries, and it doesn't diminish how much I love you. Exactly.
But how much you respect the boundaries will affect how much I like someone.
Yeah, definitely. Spence says, I can love someone and not miss you at all. It is true. Maggie says, I barely love my mother and middle sister. If they died tomorrow, I would barely grieve because I will not let them near my family, and they will never apologize for the harm they caused. Loving them made me allow them to hurt me too much, and later put my children in the path of their abusive, judgmental behaviors. I did not like a lot of my mother's choices or how she interacted with me, but I will always love her. But it's so much easier to feel those feelings now that she is more than a decade gone, because I don't have to also constantly contend with the latest way she has broken my heart yet again. Same with my father. Nobody on this planet has ever broken my heart as much as my mother has. I doubt anybody on this planet will ever be able to break my heart quite as much as she did. While she was alive, there was barely a day that existed that she did not break my heart in some way. I don't regret being that vulnerable with her because I was learning how to be myself and how to love and how to be vulnerable. But she was definitely not a healthy person for me to be around very often. And again, like, you can not love people, and that doesn't mean anything good or bad about you or them. Guess what? We don't always love who we're supposed to love. And sometimes we love people we're not supposed to love. It's just, you can't control who you love. Your heart, it does as its own wants. You can, however, control your own boundaries to some degree anyway, or at least try to. And you can do what you need to protect yourself. It doesn't change how your heart's going to go do all its things, but it can protect you, especially from physical, mental, and emotional problems and abuse. But your heart's going to do its own thing. I once heard somebody say, since you can't control who you fall in love with, but you can control who you spend time with. Because it's rare for you to love someone that you've never spent time with. So if you know the kind of person they are, and you don't like that, don't spend time with them, or else you risk falling in love with them. Maggie says, I hate that sharing blood with someone means women should allow themselves to be harmed and accept toxic behaviors because we're related. I personally don't think.
Yeah, that's just people wanting to manipulate others.
Yeah, that's just
that line.
Yeah, no. And I know plenty of people who don't love people they're related to, but they love people they're not even possibly related to.
Also, on another of those, let me just be that pedantic person for a moment, and how people have shortened common sayings too much so that they now mean the opposite of what they are actually supposed to.
Truncated.
It's truly too truncated. Let me just say the full line that the Romans have said and has stayed true since then. The blood of the compact is thicker than water of the womb. Of the blood they were talking about was how, you both had a cut and you would share blood to seal a compact. Not that being related meant anything. And there's a truth to that of, there's a reason why queer communities talk a lot about found family.
Mm-hmm.
That, the family you're born into is just, your starter family. For some people, it works out.
Yeah.
For a lot
it has, in the end, worked out for me and Tom. Although, to be
but
perfectly
not all
honest,
of our family. We don't talk to most of the rest.
And to be perfectly honest, it was real dicey there for a couple decades.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was. But, family is who you make and who supports you. That whole, but we're related, that's just people trying to manipulate. Don't listen to anyone's like, oh, you already have an obligation to me. No, anyone who says you're already obligated for just that you
trying
both
to manipulate
existing.
Control.
Yeah.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, Tom and I did not get along, and we certainly were really not much in the way of friends for most of our 20s.
Yeah.
We chose toward the end of our 20s to try to see if we could actually forge a friendship. Spence says the family you choose is more valuable than the family you're born with, but they can overlap. Absolutely. We chose to investigate if we had a friendship. And what we actually found was not exactly a friendship at first, but instead that our response to a lot of people and situations were very similar. And it stood out because most people do not have our response to various situations and people. And that is the reason that we decided to keep pursuing this relationship between the two of us. Was, well, gosh, there's hardly anyone else that agrees with my, perspective on this. So maybe we should see if there's more here. And then poverty really hit, and we were kind of stuck together. And we're like, well, I guess we had to figure out a way to make this work. It did not work for years. Spence says the reduction of friendships and the importance of good friendships in U.S. culture is something that bugs TF out of me. Maggie says, need to start dinner, but the family isn't home with the main ingredients, so I sauteed onions and bacon for stuffed burgers. Good job.
Good start.
So we ended up just being in close proximity because due to poverty, we couldn't live apart. And also due to my ex, it wasn't safe for me to live alone because of the stalking. His stalking me through military equipment. So it worked out that in the end, because we were in such close proximity, that we kept actually trying to work out all the many kinks in this relationship. Oh my God. If we had been middle class, we would have never worked all this stuff out because this has not been easy. However, it's turned out surprisingly well. I never thought Tom would be the one I'd want to go through an apocalypse with. Honestly, I would have lost that bet, and I'm usually right. But I would have never guessed that Tom would actually be the best, most reasonable person to go through an apocalypse with. And I think Tom felt similarly about me. It was genuinely a surprise.
But we've also noticed that the people who say to, not spend time with your family or, with your siblings are often the ones who, their siblings didn't work out. Most of the time people are just speaking from their own experience. They don't really speak from, all right, but how do people work? So it is always, be careful who you ask. They're just going to tell you from their own experiences often.
There were so many people in my life while Tom was in the throes of moderate to severe depression who told me to abandon Tom and literally physically abandon him, even though he was not able to work at that point. He was so depressed. It was terrible. But he was also very difficult to live with because that depression was terrible and said terrible things to me on a near daily basis. And so many people advised me that I should abandon him and move on with my life and maybe even move to another state and go live my best life since, I could. And I'm like, but that is not who I am. I'm not the kind of person that abandons people in their worst hours, especially I knew that wasn't the actual person he is. Like, I've known Tom since, he was born. I knew what kind of kid he was. I knew, like, his core personality. And at his core, he was always a sweet, kind, considerate, generous, loving, compassionate person. In fact, he was far more of a compassionate child than I was. When I was a kid, I wanted to grow up to be like him. Remember, he's 3 years younger than me, and I wanted to grow up to be like him. He was so kind and compassionate and patient, and I was none of those things. And I admired him. And then to see his personality so radically change when he was deep in the throes of depression.
I think no one should ever pray for patience. Never pray that.
Don't listen to don't ever anybody say, "Oh, pray for patience." No, that's terrible advice. Ignore them. They obviously have bad opinions. But why would I abandon somebody who is obviously, like, truly suffering? And it was obvious he was suffering. But he was also trying to make me suffer. Because misery not only loves company, it demands company. And that was the advice everyone was giving me, was like, well, just move on with your life. Just leave him. You know what? He's not your responsibility. And it's like, it's true, he's not. But also, who am I? Am I the kind of person who abandons people when they're, like, literally not able to work? They're barely able to function, not really functioning, quite frankly.
Also, not a single one of them, though, had a good relationship with a single sibling.
That was also what occurred to him, was like, let me look at their lives. And it's like, none of them, all of them have siblings, and none of them have like active adult working relationships with their siblings. So is this the best, most informed advice? Because yes, I have been heavily influenced by Disney. And so, yes, I do believe that Ohana means nobody gets left behind. Darn you. Darn you, Disney, for giving me this knowledge at a peak moment in my life. So,
versus the people you talk to who did have siblings that they still had adult, and even they were retired and still had, sibling relationships that were functional, did not advise.
No, they were mostly like, we have to figure out how to get Tom help. We have to, like, just keep finding a doctor until, like, how can we get Tom, though, to quit lying to doctors? Because y'all, depression lies. And in fact, the people who were not advising me to abandon Tom, Cheryl and Everett, who do have adult relationships with their siblings, were instead giving me advice like, did you know Jenny Lawson wrote a book about depression? Why don't you listen to that? Maybe it'll help you understand depression, which was wonderful advice. It really did help me understand depression, and that the peak advice, depression lies. Do not believe depression. It lies. So anytime I'm like, why is Tom lying to me? It's like, oh, because the depression lies. And sometimes it needlessly lies. Oh, okay. Because let me tell y'all, Tom, even as a child, didn't lie. I was the one who used to lie. Oh, God. I'd lie about everything. Tom, even as a child, did not lie. So it was so strange that he was, like, lying about random things. But then Jenny Lawson explained depression lies.
He just enjoys it.
Depression.
Depression just likes lying for sport.
Depression is my greatest foe. And ironically, it appears that possibly mentally, I've never actually experienced it. Physically, I may have experienced similar symptoms, but not mentally. Now, that's a wild ride. So, Anyway, I don't know.
It's probably time to finish up.
Yes. But that
So, what are we
is
doing next week?
that next week. We are talking about non-binary, gender fluid, trans characters.
Yes. How do you act when you don't have gender to go on?
We will be discussing Fruits Basket. Probably discussing the adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Possibly other things. If you have opinions or suggestions of movies and TV shows, let us know. Because when I looked up like non-binary and trans characters and gender fluid characters, the choices were not only limited but also mixed
Wrong.
bag.
Some of those answers are just straight up wrong. Of like, what are they talking about? Who came up with this? Who put this one on the list? Versus, I know there's other ones that's like, there's a bunch. Why don't we have this included? Join me.
No, not Fruits Basket. I don't want to cry. Steven Universe, yes.
That's taking gender fluidity to a different concept. I mean, like when Steven combines with his, at the time, I don't remember if she's his girlfriend or not. That's different. But fun.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I just finished watching the new version of Fruits Basket. And I think that there's some interesting things to talk about. In fact, Tom and I debated where to talk about Fruits Basket.
Oh God, Spence, we really are like so similar.
So similar. Fruits Basket was the original Fruits Basket anime was how my friend Cheryl got me into watching anime, because before that I was like, I'm not really into anime. Like, I don't understand, because I like cartoons, so I don't understand why I'm not into anime, but I really haven't found anything that I like. And she's like, have you tried Fruits Basket? And I just binged that. So, but I think we need to talk about non-binary and gender fluid and genderless characters as well as trans characters, because these also, like, there's gender and there's the absence of gender, and then there's everything else. Like, to varying degrees, we live in a gendered world. So we do need to talk about character building of these other varieties, because they're real, they exist, readers are interested in it, but how to portray characters ethically, morally, in a way that is interesting without being like boring or cookie cutter.
Or
What's
leaning
okay
into negative stereotypes.
Yeah. Yeah, to like avoid, I was like, I don't know how to say not Buffalo Bill.
I was just thinking of the classic stereotype that I just like, what is this BS of, oh, you know, women, you get two of them or more together, they're just backbiting on each other. I'm like, what the, who came up with this? Why is it, oh, you get women together? Like, you mean people? Or you just mean jerks? You get a couple jerks together. there's going to be a lot of infighting. Well, that I can believe.
Yeah.
Because they're all negative personalities.
Mm-hmm.
But gendered, really? Why? That make no sense. But yeah, like we don't need to lean into
Also,
that.
maybe I just wanted to talk about Rocky Horror Picture Show and Hedwig and the Angry Inch and Fruits
Are those
Basket.
ones we also need to put down?
Oh well, we already
For next week?
I was already
RHPS and Hedwig.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Definitely. So that's what we're going to talk about next week. I think it's going to be fun. If only to talk about like that again, gender's performance. So if you're not using gender as a performance space, what are you doing? I've talked to enough people to know that some people really don't know how to conceive of a character without gender.
Okay, no, Spence, you are incorrect. We can talk about Tucker, but he's coming up under toxic to positive. Because Tucker has problems those first couple seasons. Even if in my head, you have no idea how many times a month I hear in my head, bow chicka bow wow.
I don't know, how many seasons did you get me to watch? It was a lot. It was, oh my God, it was so much.
I think the first 4.
Oh God, it felt like eternity. Tom was like, if you want to understand me, you need to watch this show. And I'm like, 3 episodes and I'm ready to tear my hair out. How am I going to get, how many seasons are there? And you're like 5, 12, or whatever. All right. I think next week's going to be super fun. Because, well, yes, I love to talk about Rocky Horror and I love to talk about musicals in general. And I love to talk about Fruits Basket because I have so many thoughts about Akito and Ayame and the rabbit. I don't know. Like, I've got thoughts. Also, the kitty. Okay, do you know how much
hear this a lot.
So much I fantasize about petting the kitty. Anyway. Okay.
The part I enjoy most is I've heard most of the same lines from my sister as in the anime club from 2 of the people there. Like, so these are just common views about Fruits Basket. It's just if you're a certain person, you have these views.
Mm-hmm. Yes. With like they like this mother like okay, anyway, I'm fine. I'm gonna be fine. Okay.
Yeah, I don't tell people about Red versus Blue because it's another of those that kind of like South Park. There's 2 very divergent groups of people who enjoy it.
Yes.
And if you mention it, a lot of times you get the crowd you're not going for.
I think I eventually enjoyed some of the seasons of Red versus Blue. Like, I think it was like, maybe it was season 3 or 4. It was somewhere in there.
Alien Baby?
Oh, yeah, I like that one.
Turns out if you just expose some skin, he just bites right in.
Have you met babies, Tom? They are suckers. Yes, and the boarding school I went to was so similar. It was a boarding school for the obscenely wealthy, and then there was...
Oh God, Glory had like flashbacks and tripped balls watching that series of like, how do they know? How did they know that happened?
Like, they used to bring their other friends to come watch me make instant coffee. Look at it. It's like magic. Did you know that commoners have magic? Magic food? Like, that's a literal line. So, anyway, yes, we will discuss all the things. It's going to be fantastic. The rest of the season goes as this. On the August 15th, non-binary, gender fluid. Yes, we'll also talk about trans characters because they have an interesting perspective. And then on August 22nd, toxic feminine characters. On August 29th, toxic masculine characters. September 5th, female characters defeating toxic gender roles. September 12th, male characters defeating toxic gender roles. September 19th, cooperatively becoming less toxic. And September 26th, the female eunuch.
Feel that one, Glory?
I'm not allowed to talk about Momiji and Fruits Basket because I lose every ounce of compassion when I think about, yes, that character's mother. I would murder both his parents if I could, to be honest.
I mean, but that shows the good writing of, like, you do feel for these characters.
That was like Fruits Basket, the original anime series, was the very first time I'd ever watched, like a medium story where I felt so many feelings for so many characters. Normally, I maybe only get attached to one or two characters in a movie or a TV show or anything. But, like, even in Little Women, I really only got emotionally attached to Beth. And then when she died, it was the first time I ever cried reading a book. But Fruits Basket, it was like, where are all these feelings coming from? All these people, tragedy, and yet love. Toxic femme characters equals almost men with boobs meets Lady Noodle Spine. I do not know what Lady Noodle Spine is, but I am genuinely curious and also afraid.
The ones that go with the flow, who are just the toxic, backbiting, dangerous female characters.
Well, what we have, like, I've got Serial Mom written here, and then on the other notepad, I've got other ones. Not sure where that stenopad is. It's somewhere. We'll find it later. But as always, feel free to submit at any point any suggestions for any of the upcoming episodes, movies, or TV shows that you'd recommend that have characters that would apply to. But also let me know what is it? Toxic female, toxic male?
Although preferably as a main or, second or primary character.
Mm-hmm. So they get a lot of screen time.
Because, there's a lot of other ones we could have talked about for both positive feminine and positive masculine ones, but the characters show up so little, like, there's not a lot to talk about them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's what we have planned. It's going to be a fantastic rest of the season. I hope you'll stick around because we're super excited about this. So with that, I shall wave you all into the distance. And if you are interested, meet us in the Discord Clubhouse. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.